Hey everyone, I'm Tassenix, and welcome to Season 74, 3 vs 3 Grand Arena Championship, Week 2, Round 3. I am your plagued host. Still, the plague is moving through me. I have less symptoms than I did a couple days ago, but here we still are. And yeah, it's a new day, a new week, the same match, me and Herbert, once again. So, how's everybody doing? Good to see everybody. LBC Robbie, Arvind, the one who knocks always, Noble, Mus Ross, Nashorn, Ganroth, Cosley, Sheepdog, Calidus. Yes, guys. It is Herbert again. It is a plague round again. So, it is what it is. Hey, Trevor, good to see you, man. How's it going? All right. You guys know the drill. Let me get us set up here for the prediction and get our music on. We're right about there. All right. Start a prediction. All right, you guys know it's got to be Jeez. I mean, against Herbert, let's be real. Let's be real. 0 or less, 1 or more. You know, let's not kid ourselves. We're here to thread the needle, yeah, or die trying. So we'll see. Great vacation purchase, mate. I completely agree. Yeah. I sound better today? Yeah. I'm generally better. I'm just still pretty, congested. But, the fevers and the chills is past. Thank God. All right. Let's get the compares on screen and get rolling. All right. Supposedly rank 9 fighting rank 1. I don't know what I am in actuality, but because there's people in the top bracket that shouldn't be there in the leaderboards, but, didn't actually sign up, so whatever. But we're fighting, and I'm fighting the man at rank 1. 16.7 million GP to his 16.4. My top 80 GP is 10.8 million to his 10.5. It's nice. That's character. Wait, what's top 80? 3.25 to 3.22. Ah, I got him now. All right, Zetas, we both have 431. Omicrons for Grand Arena, both have 88. Top 80 average speed, my 168 to his 164. Haha. All right, plus 25s for speed, my 318 to his 228. 20 to 24s, my 629 to his 445. Plus 20s, my 947 to his 673. For 4% defense mods, my 308 to his 197. For that's 4% offense mods is 308 to 197. 6% offense mods is 116 to 51, so it's very nice. Plus 9% defense mods, it's 182 to 102. And plus 14% defense mods, it's 57 to 19. I still have to keep on the defense, but clearly seeing results. All right, relic analysis. Total levels, my 2660 to his 2572. Relic 10s, we both have 5. Relic 9s, I have 196 to his 132. Relic 8s, I have 95 to his 133. Datacron analysis, total rerolls, my 336 to his 515. Level 9 Datacrons, I have 60 to his 64. Levels 6 to 8, I have 3, he has 0. And 3 to 5s, I have 2, he has 0. As far as his GLs go, an extraordinarily fast and deliberately very high offense ray. So, interesting, I guess. Minimizes the amount of time available to you for taking an extra whirlwind, something of the kind. All right, this slacker of his is pretty smart, actually. He's got 2 more health primaries than I do, because I have a speed arrow, and if I put on just a health primary, I've already got something like an 8.5% health secondary on that speed arrow, so it's literally only about 8,000 health more just to put the health arrow on. So that isn't enough. I have to put on the crit damage triangle, switch that into a health primary to have it like his. So he doesn't hit as hard, but he's going to be so much more resilient to getting bursted down by my Pirate King. And I copped to that. That's reasonably smart. All right. Pretty good, Lord Vader. Everything else looks sharp. Yeah, he has a lot of offense baked into his Pirate King, so we have to be mindful of that. All right, Heratran says, I bet all I had on you, Tass. Don't fail me now. Listen, this is going to be, fighting this guy's the toughest, one of the toughest matches I have. So you bet it all as you will, buddy. I'll do the best I can. River Phoenix, yeah, I bet the kitchen sink on you, Tass. Now I'm going back to my sushi and work. Don't let me down. I'll do the best I can. I'll fight for you. I will fight for you. Hey, RMC. How's it going, man? All right. All these meta characters really fast. Ezra. Mild Terror. Yeah, he also has a thicker Dre, which is nice. Like his lightning is a little less dangerous than mine, but he's considerably more durable. I like that. All right. Let's see here. Fleet, yeah, we both have the Relic 10. Darth Revan, so I'm fully expecting to see his on defense again. If you guys weren't here last week, or if you haven't seen the latest plotting and scheming, I discussed this. I didn't stream this round because I was basically getting started on the plague thing. Also just beat getting home from travel. And yeah, I lost this by one banner. If I had tied, mine's the bigger account, I would have won. So quite seriously speaking, it was just one banner's difference. So that was really exciting because this was my first legitimate... oh wait, is this... Am I looking at a pre... Oh, this is his week, not mine. Where's mine? Yeah, there's mine. 2083 to 2084 for him, and then I had two other Erodiums, right? So I was really light on experience coming into this, and I was pretty happy losing by one. So let's see if we can tighten it up a bit, yeah? Oh, yeah, that's right. We still have to look at that. The OmegaBot report. So yeah, shout out to Megalideros, the maker of OmegaBot. Notified him that I couldn't pull reports on a couple people, and he looked into it and found that there was some data missing from this week, and now it's sorted, and now the tool's working as it should. All right, anyway, summary for this week. So I want to say he had, yeah, me and Sasha last week, and then Meraxus, which is an Erodium. Clearly, on speed mods, I've got him beaten by a bit, but that's not really helped me a ton lately against him, for all that that's worth. And yeah, we both have all the GAC Omicrons, and as far as efficiency goes, having an Erodium is really going to skew some of these numbers. So I can't really trust this graph as much as I would otherwise like. As far as what he was setting all of last week, so we can be sure that some of these teams will be changed up for this week, but he will probably set something of similar difficulty in its place. So, Pirate King, Rey Swallow Ezra, Jedi Master Mace, Kelleran Beck, Ahsoka Tano, that's probably with Watt and somebody, Sana, Finn, Lord Vader, DTMG, Reva, Trench, Maul, General Grievous, and then, I guess, a mix a little bit. Home 1, Leviathan, and Malevolence on defense. All right, as far as what we'd expect to see bottom front, it would be DTMG, Reva, General Grievous, and then your pick of any of the short yellow bars. Jedi Master Mace or Great Mothers, maybe? All right, offense. Leia. He's using Leia, Bane, Gungans, JMK, Seer Malico Starkiller, Maz, Queen Amidala, Slacker, Balin, Jabba, C-Watt. Yeah, he's really been... If you give him the opportunity, he will 59 your shit. Like, he'll save his Jabba for that, his Sith Eternal for that. He's looking for him. So, yeah. Anyway, Queen Amidala, Slacker, Balin, Jabba, Sith Eternal, Watt, BKM, JML, Qui-Gon, interesting. Freya, JML, we didn't say JML earlier. Mm-hmm. He had 2 real rounds, and one of them he didn't use JML? Something's weird. All right, JML, JK, there it is. Saw, Great Mothers, Malgus, C. So he flexed Great Mothers last week a little bit. That's nice. Executor, Negotiator, Profundity on offense. Yeah, we both have the same strategy, fleet-wise. And, we're both, because we both have the Relic 10 DR, the most profitable way for, I guess, both of us to set that up is to throw it on defense. Force both of us to use Executor on it, and each of us hope to get 71. And that's exactly what we each got last week, so here's hoping. All right. As far as what he has faced that's given him any trouble, yeah. I mean, I might have shaved a banner here or there last week, but yeah, he was just dancing right through everybody. That's a lot of green, Okay, let's have a look at the prediction. All right, only 10 seconds left. River Phoenix, Tass already trying to alleviate the blame if he drops. There's no one else to blame. This isn't a team sport. So, I don't know. Sometimes you get shitted on. It's been the last few times. All right, all in on Tass, says Cosley. I appreciate that, buddy. Thanks for the vote of confidence. Nice, Trevor. You went in all points, all 5,600. Man, I hope I'll make you all proud. RMC says, you should shout out to me, Tass. I provide Omegabot with GAC raw data, and any missing data is my missing data. You worked 4 hours to get that missing. Oh, hey, I appreciate you, man. Thank you. That's fantastic. I mean, it's all for the common good. Hey, Guilty, appreciate the hydrate. Thank you. Jason Bonney says, who's your next star 10? You seem to have all the main first choices. It's going to be JML. I'm like doing 2 that I want and 1 that I should for my guild. And nobody's holding me to that standard. I'm just doing that because it doesn't seem unreasonable to me. The guild gets stuff that it wants, but I get 2 for everyone that they get, and I'll live with that. Yeah, JML's the next one that I should get. After that, maybe Exile Ezra, or maybe I put that off until later, maybe by the time we come next around to 3 versus 3, because I do have Ray at Relic 10. I have Ben Solo now at Relic 10, because it's a really fun one to do. And then if I have Ezra next season, and I'm setting Ray, Swallow, Ezra, which I won't necessarily always do, but if I do, all 3 characters, Relic 10, with a, attacker, long text level 6 Datacron on it, sounds like a bad time. All right. Gimme. Good afternoon, Tass, and good luck. Appreciate it. Glad you like the hat, Guilty. All right, let's have a look at this board. So, Herbert has cleared everything but Leviathan. If he has kept his fleets as we suspect, he will either get a 71 or he will drop. He has not dropped anywhere else. Spoiler. So, let me give you guys the skinny. Okay, so he did the front wall here when I was asleep, but I set BKM, Bam, Grogu with a light side 25% turn meter, long text attacker, level 6. Then after a BT1 000 with a support cron, Finn, Zori, resistance 0 Finn with a light side 25%, long text attacker, level 6 cron. Great Mothers, Morgan Spirit with my support cron. What is that? Speed up on basic, and the turn meter level 6, the 15% turn meter. And then Ray Swallow and Ezra with the attacker cron, and it's the last week of Relic 9 bends, so we'll see. But anyways, as far as the banners go, yeah, this is what happened when I was asleep, but check this out. Sounds pretty nice. 57, 55, 56, 54, and 57. So, not a lot. And it seems like much ado about nothing, but it's pretty good. Pretty good. Okay. Let's see here. As far as the other squads go, here in the back, against Riva, he scored a 56. Against Boba, that was a 58, so that's Malgus solo. I was curious if I could pull that out. I mean, you could easily work your way around not needing to use Malgus until you get to the back wall, and so he did. Enoch, Night Trooper, DTP. What did he do on? Where are you at? Huh? I guess it was a 57 if I had to speculate. Saw Luth and Kyle with the Attacker Cron. That was a bulk level 3. It was a little more stressed. You got a 58, so... Is he Bane somehow? I don't know. What's 58 on that? Anyway. Yeah, I don't know. Java Crescent and Bout, she got a 57, so no surprises there. That's his JMK. Up top, Ahsoka, Watt, General Syndulla. That was a 57. He's been using Queen Amidala against that almost exclusively. It wasn't a big deal to me where he used Queen, so that's why I stuck her up there. Trench Django Newt, 57. It's not the best defense, but what you can't do is something like Java Solo. Most of what I thought about in the last 2-3 teams I was setting was a specific focus on trying to leave him as little, if any 59s as possible. Because he got like 2 or 3 against me last week. Did not care for that. Jedi Master Mace, Depa, Temple Guard, Attacker Cron. That was 57. Pirate King, Silvo, and Brutus with the Silvo Cron. That was a 57. And then Fugitive Omega, Crosshair, Mercenary, Wrecker. That one was a 57 as well. All right, it ended up coming out that it's like a 56.66 banners, all right? And assuming that he gets a 71 here on Fleet, his final score will be 2079, which is still a very high mark. But last week his score was 2084. So if we don't, we don't botch this ourselves, we'll have something to talk about. All right, so all that said, we know what's happening here, right? Let's face the music up front and see whether or not we're taking the pressure off this immediately. Health order. Yeah, this is the finest one for the purpose. And shout out to my patron and guildmate, Vistara, who told me that when he fought this comp, he used crew instead of FOSF. Now, I am using crew with the FOSF Crom, without FOSF, because as it turns out, crew just makes things a little bit safer. If you actually look up this on swugga.gg, if you run it with FOSF, it's 70% win rate. And my suspicion is when you lose, it's because Pirate King chooses to open up with his cooldown increase on Slacker, and then you have no way to weather the storm for a turn. You're probably going to stun Brutus. But then he can get those 2 turns moved through very quickly. You just dropped in a 2098 against Vexatron. Oh, you just dropped a 2098 against Vexatron. Dad, and nice. Nice job, man. Smedge, hey Tass, wishing you a fantastic round. I appreciate that, man. What do you think about Amidala versus Hondo? I don't know anything about that, really. No strong opinions. What do you know? I haven't heard anything. Is that working at, you know, High Relics, the Big Pyrocron, all of that? Bushman, glad you like the hat. Damn, this is a high-ass level of GAC. Well, this is one of the most efficient players in the game, and 3 versus 3 is naturally a pretty efficient meta. Because it's always favored being one shot, but now it's got to be like really close to 57. And again, Herbert in particular, 57 is just the beginning. Where's the Fez striker? It's right up on the shelf above me. Okay, let me show you. It's still, you know, it still exists. It remains undamaged. But I am enjoying the era of the mall hat, because the mall hat's pretty awesome. All right, so this is what the plan is. Hey, J-Chunk. Work lurking as usual. Nice. How many points did he get? Did you plan out your attacks and what is needed to win? Yes, I think I mean, that's part of my scouting, where I do believe I have everything, but as much as his board as I could see, I did line up my resources, and I think I've got a solid plan. As far as his score, what was it? So his ground score was 1630, all right? And then when you divide that out, it's 56.66666, right? So we cost him a few banners, and then he made up a little bit. Now, there is one thing I forgot to mention about fleets, which I guess we can come back to in a minute, but let's just say that he's likely only going to get that 71 on Leviathan, unless he chose to pull it off defense against me. And if he mirrors and he wins the coin flip, he can get up to a 74, maybe even a 75 if you're extraordinarily lucky. So yeah. All right, guys, here we go. Go after Brutus first if we can. Son of a bitch. You'd never have anything nice. Iki. Does this have to do damage to get them all? Short answer is no. Okay. Wild terror ensues. I'm sure this will be fine. I could also be sure of something else, it would seem. Yeah? That part is acceptable. That is not. Stop. Okay. Wait, that's okay. Stop this. I hate it. Okay. Now he's under stealth, the bastard. She just got her cooldowns. No, don't dodge. I need the ultimate charge. Don't do that. Please, evolve. No. This game, for real. Almost there. Stay on target. Situation normal. Oh god. Coming abnormal. The crew feels nice right now. Can you honestly stop fucking taking turns? My god, man. Won't lie to you people, I don't feel bad about taking crew here, because I don't think that FOSF would have done much for me here. This is a dicey one, man. Because I gotta take at least a 2-stack, yeah? Feels really bad to try and do anything else. There's my in. If it is to be, it would be right now. Son of a bitch. Yeah, it's all about taking your mastery. You need to be away. Away. Stop taking turns. Okay. Mild improvement in our situation. Mild. All questions will be answered immediately after the fight. Okay. Situation improving. Okay. Alright, well, the good news is we survive, which is not necessarily guaranteed. Incredible. So, just hit him with this, and then I think we're good. 52 is not desirable against Herbert, people. Not desirable. However, it was still a one-shot, and I think you'd all agree, I thought we were in, we were in the deep hoodoo. Okay. I guess the next fight that we have to do Oh yeah, did I talk about his defense much? Well, I guess I didn't tell you the other thing about Fleet. So he got a 71 on Executrix, a 78 on Home 1, and then a probably 71 there. The 271s means that maybe it's not all over for me. And remember, he did lose a few banners on the front wall and only had the 158. I think I'll be able to get 258s out of it. Defense that I can see so far. So we weren't counting on this being a 52, but crew, I think crew was indispensable there. Because those hits that, if Slacker were having to take those hits from Brutus, I think that was lights out, so. Okay. Yeah, Drogan R2. Yeah, the crew really did a lot of work. Yeah, let's take a look at these questions that came in. You don't use 100% damage when full health? I think that is on the... I thought that was the one I was using. I thought that was the one I was running. Mm-hmm. We have the damage immunity for the first couple turns. Yeah, that is what we were running, right? Yeah, alright, so... Yeah, Slacker got it done. Hey, TJ, good to see you, man. Alright, let's see how this goes. Stun Ben, kill Ezra, you know the drill. Hey, Borky. No stun. Always a favorite. Crowd favorite. If we don't do this here, it could be problematic. Refer to what? you're going to kill before then. I'd rather forestall you just as long as I possibly could. Same to you. Not that that worked for shit. No stuns. This guy is just giga resisting everything. And I'm not bitter, and I think it's important that we talk about that. Okay. So far, not so bad, guys. But I still could use, I don't know, a fucking stun. Thank you. Okay. Not all together, the droid episode before. If we fail to stun him, we will lose R2. Done. Blessings. Destroy her. Good. You're gonna end up getting to go. Not my favorite outcome. Done. Good. DI. We're very, very lucky that we did not just lose Rogan there. How do we want to play this? It's a lot of time yet until... Well, should have smoke screen, but how long can we really afford to delay this? Because I don't know that this gets to go long enough for Ultimate now. And a single whirlwind ends this for Drogon. I feel like I'm maybe better off just trying to run for the end. One of us is going to be better at that. Honestly, not the best, but better than it was looking. All right, 52 and a 54 again. Not great. This really makes me think about rotating away from getting another 54, because I was going to do DRZ versus Great Mothers, but I really need to think about things. Seabane would be a 58. Wampa would be a 58. Wampa against his DV Talon Mon Mothma, and then Malgus against Boba are 3 58s. So that's +3 banners. He got 1, so it's really +2. And that's probably the best way to think of it. Now, it might seem controversial to you guys, but this is another one I heard about working well is Lord Vader versus BKM. You might expect that going with a Kron that's bulkier is probably better than doing something that's outright more damage. But I remember, it wasn't that long ago, were we not doing Lord Vader to crush Great Mothers? And I feel like that's very, very clean. And if it is very, very clean, could I not just then do something like JMK versus this? The only way I'm really punished for using JMK here is if he did in fact set Jabba, which would be very interesting. All right, well, this one, I think is changing how we're approaching that, so let's go ahead and knock that out while we debate the rest. Something I learned from last round was we needed considerably more damage, didn't we? Like, just health was not enough. Who did I have Queen earmarked for? Marked for JMM for a 57. Well, this isn't a team that I need to solve for. Why rotate Queen here? What's the 57 you rotate in for Jedi Master Mace?
Well, I'm gonna
I don't know that there's an opportunity for a C solo on this board. But do you have any sharp ideas about BKM or Great Mothers? Tenacity on Ahsoka. Not an especially high amount, but what are you talking about, RMC? Striker says, if you wanted, JKR works against the Ahsoka. If it enables you to 58-59 with both Bane and C, I don't think that'll happen here. Like, I don't think he's gonna leave me a target so soft that I'll be able to C solo it. That's my real concern. Yeah. I mean, JKR is an attractive idea. Ahsoka. Bane Assassin should beat all Ahsoka comps that don't have Exile. That's right. Yeah, it is. Well, it is. It is definitely worse banners in a situation where I can ill afford to lose more. I understand why you guys are pushing me to consider not doing C Bane on an Ahsoka without Ezra. But I'm telling you that my gut is it's not going to be something I'll be able to exploit otherwise. Like, you're not going to do Sith Eternal solo here. It's too dangerous. Yeah. I don't think you'd want to try it here against the Rex Crex thing either. I don't think it sounds like a good idea. Yeah. So we're very fortunate that we haven't dropped so far. So if I use JMK here, I'm actually a little concerned in the sense that I don't have GK. Wait, do I have GK? If I have GK, I guess that makes this a dunk. Am I just smiting? What's her name? Am I just smiting Morgan? If I'm doing JMK? If she doesn't get the bless. Well, I'm trying to think, like, the one way that I really remember this working was JMK Cat Snips, because then when you do third to Cat, that dispels taunt, and then you immediately smite. I don't think I've seen anything for it this season, but, like, mechanically, there's nothing about the attacker cron that shuts that down.
It's more of a...
That's not an unfair point. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. This is the one I'll use. Good amount of bulk, some crit damage, debuffs on 3. Do we try and take out Bam first? Do we focus him first? Because it feels like a good thing to do. Is 300% armor penetration a lot of damage increase, says Sir Grizzly Man. Great question. You actually have to look at it in context equipped onto the character that you're interested in, because assuming that we're talking about a physical attacker anyway, because only physical attackers benefit from armor penetration, not all physical attackers have similar amounts. So the answer is only attackers that have significant armor penetration really benefit from it. Otherwise, they're better off with crit damage. If Spirit is there, she gets blessed. Yeah, so that opens up JMK there, then. Yeah. You use your Sith Eternal solo against a Temple Guard Omicron. The Temple Guard Omicron prevents you from linking both attackers. That in itself might not necessarily sink you, but if you combine that with a turn meter level 3 and very high armor penetration, or probably crit damage, like very high, like, you know, like in the armor penetration case, like 300 plus, Sith Eternal is extremely unlikely to solo that and survive. Alright, let's see what happens. You will probably shake this off, but I might be able. Yup. Oh boy, does that make you look silly. First of all, you chill. Boy, that was funny. We'll have to do that again. Oh yeah. Heal? Would you? Yeah, because you got the healing immunity, you bastard. Oh, there it is. Finish the fight. Quick, like a buddy. You're supposed to be dead. There it is. 57 had him the whole time. So, okay. You said I should look up the Great Mothers. I don't even see... See, this is with GK. So we know that GK would soak up the Doom, which is not a terrible idea. Yeah. And what did you... any difference between them? Well... Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, the question would be between GK or Snips, because the Snips thing is to enable immediately sniping Great Mothers, yeah? Hey, Master Kylo, good to see you. Nooch, thank you so much for the raid. How's it going? Oh yeah, you don't hear anybody else? Let me fix that. That should fix it. Alright. Zalbar versus Great Mothers. Kylo... You literally just got here. You have no idea what we're trying to solve. That a 54 will work, but that's not what we already have lost a couple banners that we shouldn't have lost. So we have to be super careful in our planning, and I'm reconsidering using DRZ here, which was the original plan. But I feel like I might rotate in JMK, so the question would become, what's my high banner solution to Enoch? Or to Rex Crex 5s? Those are the real questions. Somewhere, I wonder if Tarkin can... Sorry?
Stream paused from me, I don't know. That card.
Yeah, 51 to 54. We can't be having no 51. So now you see where we're coming from. Which I think kind of settles it. I think I'm kind of forced into a position where I need to rotate in JMK. And to minimize the fight as much as possible, I would imagine that we want to do this with Snips. Do this
I
with...
would really not prefer with Snips.
So, what's your concern?
Just getting removed from existence is my concern.
That's what a ton of health is for.
Sure, but best of luck.
What's the robotic voice? I don't know what to tell you about that. I don't know what's making that for you, buddy. Tim, good to see ya. By the way, Nooch, how was the stream? The other voice is Shake, though, talking. It's one of my patrons hanging out in the stream voice.
Yes, it is definitely me with the robotic voice. Thank you, Caritas, for your input.
Yeah, it is Shake. Anyway, so yeah, the idea behind Snips here is just to be able to dispel the taunt off of Morgan and win. So what's the fear? Like when you get to ignore defense, why do I care? Jake.
Sure. You are probably right.
I believe in me.
I also haven't. Yeah, I don't believe. Yeah.
You're no fun.
Yeah,
anyway,
but best of luck.
See you in hell.
Yes.
Hi.
I want you to know I was right. That you would not have been able to kill Morgan.
Oh, in that sense, you were right. And I think we're all very proud.
Also, you would have almost certainly lost the steps there. Yikes.
I would like to get your buffs off. Let's see. Ooh, I really should do the prod up. I'm gonna go ahead and do that. No ability block. That means expectation. Almost there. Stay on target. You're really supposed to be closer to dead, honestly. Closer. A little closer than that. No, I really gotta go for the big one. Just the basic. Yeah. We immunize you. Armor shred. We'll just basic there. We're just about to. Shield on top. No shield, because you're doomed. Fair. Kill. Bop, 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 bop. 57. You should have believed, Shake.
Very nice. Yeah, I should have. Good for you, though, still. Nice.
I believed. All right. So that was a good one. So, yeah, Queen is my ready solution for Jedi Master Mace for a 57. The floor that I'm really shooting for now is 57, guys. It's got to be pretty from here on out. Yeah. So. All right. Morgan got blessed. Yeah. It's the whether or not she gets blessed, you'll be able to dispel that taunt. I think if you're really wanting to jam that up, you need to have the tank crown on your Great Mother's team, right? I forget how that makes the taunt sticky, but I think it would make it come back much more easily. Aragon, good to see you, man. So we committed to that. JMK is no longer... JMK off. He was already kind of a backup for that. Now we can't do that. I need to stop and think about this.
My vote now is just C-band. It's you're already down fair few powers. And if you think he won't give you any opportunities to do a solo C, it's not worth saving him.
Yeah, that's not... Yeah, I'm trying to think my way around... I think once I know, confirm for sure what I expect, probably in the back, have a little more. Didn't Fatal just do Tuskens against Rex Crex for like a 57? Didn't I just see that yesterday? What was did he use an attacker crown there, or was it a support? Because I would imagine... Well, I don't know how we would have gotten a 57 if it wasn't the support crown, because I think that's...
Yeah, I don't think you can get a 57. It's not healing.
I'd have to check that. All right, anyway, let's go ahead and do C-Bane. As far as stats go, it's mostly about Bane doing the big damage. So somewhere between armor penetration and crit damage. Crit damage would be strictly better. There's a lot of bulk. How much defense are we dealing with, first of all? I mean, not an insignificant amount. And we finished that last fight with seconds on the clock, so did not really care for that experience. We should still switch them. That one is reserved. This one is not explicitly reserved. Kind of nice. It is bulk. Interesting. Oh, you guys are using attacker? Tankron negates the attacker crown. Great Mother's versatility. Oh, no. Yeah.
They're pretty different.
Yep.
Please learn how to play the game.
Oh, what did I miss?
Hmm?
Feathers,
Nothing.
thank you for the resub. Appreciate you, man. Yeah, the Honda one is pretty good. What do I use if he has Jabba back there? I guess I would have to hazard his system. I pulled it off carefully.
I mean, instead of a Night Sister, you can probably do something else on GMM and move QA to Java. Worst case scenario.
I haven't tried QA versus Java, but I have heard of it. It works well?
Yeah, it works pretty well. Attack Ground just straight up slaps them out of existence.
Alright. Let's see what's back there. Not very nice of you at all. Okay. Now we're very carefully just kind of chilling here and being sure not to kill what's-her-name on the side. Because we need to drain all of that juicy protection. Takes time. We will rob our offense. Okay. You're getting there. Stay on target. Okay, so that's all of her protection going. We'll still stay in this state for a moment, but now we are at liberty to be special. I think we'll transform here in just a few seconds. Trying to get as much mastery as possible. That'll do. Alright. Pretty much put it on auto from here. Yeah, there we go. We're already through the big shield, so yeah. Yeah, going with significantly more damage was a way. Revival or no. Just have to be sure you drain that protection. And you got me with a 57. Can't have anything nice.
You're in count.
All right, what do we got back here? Keller and Jocasta. All right, that's an interesting choice. No Reva. Okay. That alleviates our burden. That is significant. Oh, okay. Okay. I have to look up the Finzori Poe thing. What was stomping that last week?
Like a soda.
Ooh, can't. I need another Malgus. Give me additional Malgus.
Yeah, you do.
All right. Did I have a tab still open for what's her name? Oh, I think wanted to remind myself, where does Maz fit in? Well, we'll do Maz plus Hondo somewhere. Oh, defense minimum relics of 8, attack of minimum relics of 8 for fun. Put on our pirate run, yeah. Okay. Okay. Tell me, what are you doing? It's Lord Vader's. Probably gonna need a little more diversity. These are all Lord Vaders or what? Yeah. I'll get Afra. Afra with Hondo. Yeah, I can believe that. Kelleran. That's interesting, but not the one that I'm fighting. Very interesting. Yes. Quiggled. We do have Quiggled at our disposal. Algus. Let's say a non-GL team has defensive GL. No. Not that. There we go. Not the Finzori Poe that Okay. So it could be used here against Afra. Very successful. So that can be our first rotation. We'll figure out something else to do with Dooku, if there is a Dooku team. There isn't. So, placed by Finzori and Poe. Yep. So if Maz goes there, ooh, whose is faster? His is faster. His will go out ahead of mine. He will lock down my Quiggle. I will lock down his BT1. Interesting. Surely if you're faster, this is snaps. What do you know? I like that one. All right, let's see here. No slugs? Yeah, no slugs, so I was very happy to have used JMK the way that we did. That was the right call. Did I miss a hype train starting, or is that just a notification from last stream that I didn't dismiss? Because I remember we had one. Anyway.
For the student team, you can also do, I want to say, Rogue One.
Rogue One for what?
For Finzori 57.
What's a 57?
Yeah.
Breaking up.
Yeah.
Dip. That's what you sound like.
Yes, I believe it is a 57. Yes.
I missed the hype train.
Let me just
wow.
restart mine.
I thought I had a sound alert enabled for that. That's my bad, guys. Sorry. I was not there to cultivate the hype. All right, let's look up the Kel real quick. See what our options are. Jocasta. What was it? Zaris. No. Yes. 7. Yes. And what is the crop? Not curiosity. It is bulk with extreme health. Huh. Alright. I don't think I've quite seen this before. Let's think about it. For very, very highest banners. Well, Sith Eternal could be done. But no, I'm okay with what we did. Alright, JML works. Aha! This is probably the droid I'm looking for. Why are you so good? Because you absolutely beat the brakes off him. So they have just the one dispel from Jocasta. You're a permakill team, so it doesn't matter. So you just kill the attackers and move life. But all eyes on Jocasta. That has to be. Yeah, armor penetrations. This seems pretty. Oh, good damage, and then the dark side buffs up level 3. Very, very interesting. Pen that in. We've suffered. We have suffered some setbacks here today. All right. What else has changed? Wow, life is less complicated than I expected it to be. So, Seer Malicos, Starkiller, was originally being reserved in case he had set Riva. This is now available to us. Seer Malicos will annihilate. I want to say Saw? I have to check. Tab for Saw, tab for Saw. What do you got for me? Seer Malicos crew, 56. One scene. And lost there. So they dispel you and it happens. What if you went in with Starkiller? Probably save a banner? I'd be willing to hazard the guess. What does that do for us? So, Balin Shin Marok works against Saw as well, but you want to use a set 24 with high armor penetration, so you can kind of just guaranteed take out a side when you do the 1-2 punch of Balin third plus Shin middle. That's what the data has shown from what I've looked into it. 2,000 channel points you ain't getting back. Nah, I saw you, Striker. I see you. Serge Ferguson, man. Oh, I heard those. I heard those sound alerts on my end, Striker. You didn't hear them? I'll have to audit that. Sounds like another sit down with Womp Rap review. Anyway, looks interesting. Back to the Finzori then, because yeah, I have a tab open for Rex. So time is at 3:15. We have time. Balin 56.8. Just gonna work. I did it for 59 last week. And he's probably correct that I wouldn't be willing to risk doing it again. Maybe 50. No, I don't even know that I get the restoration if brought to. That 59 was really lucky. I'm the one that did that. It was against Herbert here the same way. But this full banners does not tell you the horror story of almost getting blown out. I would not recommend the experience. All right, so JML looks really solid there as well. This is the Radis, I think Shake was mentioning. Kind of interesting. Yeah, this is comforting to see. Oz has an application here. We were to move Alikos over to Saul. Balin over to Finn. You're just talking about 57. The Kelleran thing. What did I say was going to be the best thing? Arkin. Arkin, DCT, Scorch. Afra. That was currently penned in for Maz. JML for Enoch, I guess? You could also do Gungans there. So that means I'd have JML available for Rex Krex, which I don't mind. So what does that look like? That's 57, 57, 56, 57, something like that. 7. French Django Newt. What's the lowest I can go? Curiosity. Yeah, if you want it to be really high, that. So. We also have Treya. Treya was what I had assigned to Trench, but we can rotate that. I have to check into those sound alerts, Ramjo, because yeah, I'm hearing them. That sucks. I'm sorry. It was real. It was bad. It was real bad. And I hope me repeating it helped you, Striker. I was thinking Stranger plus Star Killer and EP Mara and Vader split for me. I mean, that's what they intend for you to do, True. That's the purpose of the new Darth Vader, is to give use to your EP Mara Jade once Star Killer runs off to join Stranger. Okay. So Treya isn't represented here, but is there somewhere else? Seven. Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. 25%. All right. There's your 56.7 with Treya. That's fine. Did anybody try to underban Treya? That's what I wanted. Nobody did. All right. Well, the good news is I feel like we've got the tools to be really successful here. As far as getting a 57 on Jedi Master Mace goes, I don't know that we can do better than Queen. We'll do that. Wampa into DV one for that. Do we want Attacker? You don't even hear the music? Really? Boy, that's a shame. I've been having the music on the whole time. I find that awkward. Please hold. Representative will be with you shortly. Wow, you guys didn't hear any of the music during the intro then. Wow, lame. Music? See here. Here, we'll put this on just for drama's sake, because this was supposed to be what you heard. Oh, you know, if I put this on, it's going to force me to edit out the sound for that segment. I don't want to. All right. Fine. There, you guys should have music now. All right, Wampa. Now, what's the secret to this? Now we will find out. Using what, friend? So there you have it. There you have it. Same person, I think. No, it's not the same person. But it is somebody who's concerned about their tenacity. There's something I should be worried about? Wow, that's a fast Vader, first of all. And before the grace of God. See, I heard it, Turd Ferguson. It plays for me. I don't know, man. Alright. Anyway. What's your potency? 85. Not insane. So, we should be in no realistic danger. Tenacity, poke. Okay, Seer one. Yeah, it will be the Seer one. So, okay. We see what our options are. So that's... Got these two. I don't think we need Grandia. One's fine. The tenacity is no real concern, I think. Got more than enough. Let's see what happens. He said famous last words, Lee. You like the task reenactments of the sound alerts just fine? I mean, it's the least I can do. Until I got that figured out, though. Hydrate with whiskey? Send me some whiskey. I'm out of whiskey. I just finished my last bottle the other day. Or, you know, donate to the stream and I'll buy myself some whiskey. I can justify that to the missus. There's more than one way. All right. Fuck. Stop it. Okay. I appreciate that. You have to die. Oh, fuck. We're gonna have to charge up for a long time. That to be viable. Thank you for the biddies. I'll thank you better in a minute. I lived that long. Mild concern taking over. Fine, you're fine, we're all fine. Okay. Why can't you just be dead? Jesus. Wild ride. Tassenix Gaming. Okay. So now with that burst of palm sweat out of the way, Feathers, thank you for the 200 biddies, man. And yeah, no, I don't have, I'm guessing that still said Slivovitz? I don't know. I know how the people said it back in church, but yeah. Anyway. Yeah, that was mild terror. It was good. Good. That Vader was very fast. That was what was uniquely dangerous about that Vader. He did not have especially high offense. But that was dangerous, man. That was dangerous. Like, maybe should have gone with the one that had the high health on it. I would have, I clearly would have appreciated a bit more health to pad the journey. You set Vader as Exile Ezra and Starkiller. That sounds pretty gnarly, Ramjo. But yeah, I mean, you can set it decent. Yeah, you can set decent comps otherwise. It's not the worst value decision. I don't hate it. Okay, so we know that this one's Malgus. I mean, is there anything else? I guess that's one of the only teams I didn't actually investigate. I kind of just plan on using Malgus there for the solo. Best banners, if you would kindly. August. Yeah, pretty much nothing better. So be it. And I believe what made this a cinch last time was taking the Eidenkron. An excessive amount of health. The defense is probably not all that relevant. Yeah, the 80% health, and then the health up, you know, evasion up, that's not bad. Actually, I do remember all of these buffs causing that Boba to hit reasonably hard, but that's why we target Zam and get rid of the stats that she provides ASAP. You dick. I'll try not to be scared this time, but last time it took a while to kill him. Supposed to be dead. Oh, we were clear about this. I could dunk you, but gosh, doesn't that feel kind of a waste? You know what? No, not really. The health continues to ramp. Yeah. Looking pretty good, actually. Good. Got a little time. And earn back. There it is. I think that's our one banner. So if we're fortunate here, we might be able to secure the 59. That's really nice. We were expecting a 58, so that compensates us for the 57 we got with that Sea Bane. Very, very nice. Okay. What are the odds that I can Balin Shin Underman the Finzori Poe? If I was able to 59 it just barely last time, wouldn't I be able to more confidently 58 it? Does anybody remember the cron that Fable used? When he was doing the Tuscans versus Rex Crex. JML goes there. We're think what do we want to do? Just through fives and then through Rex. That'll be it. Rex will be easy enough to deal with it. Go back up. Yeah, but did you get a 57? That's the goal here, Ramjo, because everything's got to be 57. It's not enough that we get through, man. Got to be done with panache. That's fair. That's fair. I appreciate the suggestion, but yeah. Yeah, more or less. Patience. Bastard. The protection disruption is locked. Not much to be done. We still might want to dispel this because of the days. That's bad news. Won't be able to do much. What's your plan? Kick the shit out of him, yeah. While you can. Oh my god. Gotta do this. Fuck. This is bad. I gotta set you back. Okay, at least you're restored now. That's some comfort. We can do the big heal here because we're dazed on JKL. We're dazed on everybody. Except Hoda. Mild there. We can... this to you. Need that little bit of oomph, man. You're selling me short here, my man. There. Okay. Yeah, I know you're still dazed, but now I just want this on hope. Okay. Fine. We're cooking now. I feel like we can wait one more turn, but I can't do this and call you. Yeah, because I wanted to reset this when JML gets his next turn. Yeah, I still don't want to do anything crazy. Just do this to amp your speed. Reset the big heal and Hoda. Just keep mashing into the sunset. Yeah. Still like this. If I coin, it's bad, so I'm just gonna push. Hope that that's a little bit better. So far, so good. Stun is probably less noxious than anything else. Getting this last banner back. Am I missing something? Is he not getting that banner? Still, just basic. Don't use a coin. Basic. Use a coin. All. It might be blind. Or there might be a problem. There's something that's costing me. What is that? Oh, we're almost there. Coin now? Probably. Yeah. You're gonna be okay now. Yeah. Touchy. Touchy. Oh, he doesn't heal himself with the basic. I see. But when he's called to coin, he heals himself with the basic. Fantastic little noob. Alright. So that one worked out. Need the most reliable split possible. A Keller and Jocasta thing. That was interesting, wasn't it? We'll have to make sure that that works when we get there. The JMM, was there really going to be anything else? I think there's no doubt. We're just going to hit that up with Queen. I want to say that Balin is good. He's probably nowhere better than Finn now. Because I think I can get a 58 out of that. Shit. Can I? Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see why not. Yeah. All right. Good damage, light side, attacker says what? Yeah. Now these guys have turn meter and you don't. You're not concerned about that. I guess the short is not really. That must be the answer. You are pre-taunting. I don't get to increase any that off of it, but we'll see how it goes. Yep. Not the attacker. Keep dispelled. Yeah, I need just a little more time. They'll afford me none. Yeah. Saw that one coming. Jesus Christ. You're allowed to take a fucking turn, dude. Oh my god. You're still captive? Is that 3 turns of captive? This is untenable. How could this have happened? You're so close to almost being useful to me. We're not going to survive another round of AoEs. What the fuck are we doing here? My brother. Thank you. Both of you. Kindly die. Outrageous. Alright, 54. I think I'm probably the only one out there like that. So what is that? How does that work exactly? It would be really hard for it to not be. I think the only quick way through it is somehow just bullying right down onto what's his name? Alright, well, we're almost through top, so we'll know what we have to do fleet-wise in a moment. The stagger got me. Yeah, you're right. I was thinking about the dispel less than the stagger. I was trying to get around the taunt and keep offensive buffs off of Depa. Yeah, that perpetuated the amount of time. There really wasn't anything else that I should have done then. I should have just not dispelled Temple of those turns. Is that really the way? I mean, I guess because the question is, would it have freed up Padawan Obi-Wan before the AoE from Depa that killed Master Qui-Gon? Would that have happened? How the hell did Master Qui-Gon Jinn die? Big AoE, big hit. Yeah, I think he would have died anyway. Interesting. Okay, so first of all, yeah, there's something that we're collectively missing, though, guys, because if people were reliably getting 57s, there's something a little extra. That my baby? Bet it is. Alright, so this is Seer Malicos, Star Killer. You could do Seer Malicos Cal, and that would free up EP Mara Jade Star Killer for Enoch. Is that valuable to consider? Got Treya for Trench, Balin for Finn, Arkin for Caloran, I guess what I need is more thought on Nakru. Yeah. Tough to beat the Gungans, for sure. Keeping RJ Starkiller 54, that's no good. All right. All right. I think we got the plan. It's gonna work. Opposing modding or cron? I'm what? I don't have a Jedi Master Mace tab open anymore. What's wrong, baby girl? This is the one. Look. Unalive my master Qui-Gon. It was a turn meter level 3 at long text attacker level 6 with high armor penetration. Yeah. Yeah, you need all of it. That's what makes it really nasty. Why not Balin? It's more like I can just use... I think I can use Balin and Shin, just the two of them, with the HK Cron versus his Finn Zori in the back for like a 50. That's what I'm kind of hoping. That's the reason. I got a 59 last week using Balin solo versus that same Finn Zori team, but I feel like I got a little lucky. And I don't know that I'd want to do that twice. That was a bit bumpy. So I think I'd be willing to commit 2 characters, maybe save a banner. I think we can agree that's a worthwhile effort. Anyway, this should be quick. Sure, will be fun. Eventually, I will be permitted a turn. Oh, and just you wait when I do. You fuckers. There. Sure. My favorite. Kill it? Thank you. Okay. You're the most noxious. Let's get the 1x speed just to enjoy the rocks for once. Okay, so the numbers are not the best, but we are through and we know what we must do now. Okay? Let me get my PrimeBot notes plugged in my spreadsheet so I can kind of see how I'm lined up. Okay. 58, 50. Okay, 58. 2 58s. No 59s though. $57. Yeah, we're looking grim here. Let's see what we got to do. Maybe it's not as bad as I thought in the front wall. So. +2. Got a 55, right? Okay. 8. Favorite. Got that back. What time are we at? 3:52? Okay. So a handful of squads. And at least we can have a full picture here on Fleet. Leviathan. No home one. That's what he did. He just pulled home one. Oh. Okay. Okay. But what we won't be doing today we'll be doing negotiator there. All right, endurance. Endurance, we haven't fought in a little bit, so that's an interesting rotation. So, 78 is like a 2-ship... No, it can't be 2-ship Leviathan. 2-ship Profundity, then. Huh. Fair. We got to see about this Executrix thing, because that's what I myself set. Let's see what's doing that up. Yeah, I think that's how we started. I don't know what the composition is. Yeah, I can't. Turns back. Broader. Yeah. Get it. Really common composition. Okay, well, whatever. The Sarge is up front, which... Profundity 75. You didn't call the second reinforcement, did you? You probably did, actually. So Profundity maybe goes there. Could be. Certainly not for Executrix. I think I remember doing that before and profoundly regretting it. Profoundly. Good. Mason defense is wild. Yeah, banner efficiency GACs are stress, man. They absolutely are. They absolutely are. But we got to plan this out like so that we know exactly what kind of hell we're dealing with and on the back wall, and maybe we got it and maybe we don't. Banners, speak to me. Oh, no shit. No shit. Really? 75 there. Kind of interesting. Yeah, there's something a little bit more orthodox. Yeah, 76 going all in like so. Yeah, I think that might be the ticket there. But wow, that's... I don't know. Because I remember Profundity being fun. Let's take off the div 2. People really is that's Really? How was this accomplished? You just gotta be lucky? '76 is really impressive. So, yeah. So profundity maybe against endurance, executor against Leviathan, of course, and then executrix. So negotiator featured how? Blew it up in 1 minute. You're able to heal the ship. That's what you were able to do. You can lose this with negotiator. It looks like some shit I'd do. Very interesting. So the key coming into ships is knowing that he got that 71 on the first fleet before Leviathan. How much actual freedom do we have in terms of mixing anything up? First, that Afro, man, that worries me. It says Maz was a slam dunk, but I can't help but wonder if that's not the case when your Maz isn't first, or when your Hondo is. Because I feel like if you can't kidnap the other guy's dude, you've got a problem. What about these two? Give me banners. $57. Increase the cooldowns on Django. I kind of like that. So that means Treya could rotate somewhere. I don't know that there's anywhere else for me to really save a banner, guys. Gungans are 57 against the Separatists. Yeah, I know. I've also got Treya for that. The thing is I've got to solve for the highest banners possible using Balin, possibly like a Bastila Jedi cap. I don't know if that's something somewhere. Got Maz, got Gungans. Got a random Mallet, got Treya, got Tarkin. Got Radis. I do have Rex Crex 5s. If that's somehow worth something. It would be interesting to know. Division 1. Defense minimum. Relic of 7. Oh, what the hell. Say 8. What do you got? Riva, Tarkin, Ina. It's only a 56, I see. Still, kind of interesting. Is an option. Alright, this Finn thing. Yeah, man, that was nuts. Try. 9. So let's do a little math real quick. Let's assume that I had 57 for the rest of these, right? So 57 times 5. That's the best case that we expect. Plus 260 plus 1091. 1636. And what did I compute his ground score to be? Got a 71 and a 78 on fleet. 1789 minus 71 minus 78. Bring us back to 1640. So, is that correct? Oh. 1636. I need to create 4 banners somewhere. You see? No, I do not have Saw. Saw is on default. I need to create 4 banners. So, are you significantly more dangerous this week? Do we attempt the 59 again? Because we have to? This is exactly why I did it last week. If I didn't do it, I was going to be in deep shit. Now, the other wisdom might be to just do the fleets, right? The fleets could tell us just how well things go. We got that 78. I guess the first thing to do is the one fight that we can't escape, right? Like, we have to do this way. I say that knowing that I don't think Profundity is going to be better, guys. I think it all goes well. We get a 71 here, and I think it's going to be worse if we try it any other way. The small comfort I have is that he will have to do the same thing. So, quick question. As a matter of technique, you are really wanting to call Punishing One over Xanadu wherever you can, right? I am assuming he can clear my Leviathan. He can do it the same way that I'm about to do for 71. If it works, you get a 71. So that's the wild one here. All right, let's do this. It's all in on the tank, and we have to hope. And here we go. Come on. Give it. Gotta call this one. That was the right move, for sure. It's still all in here. Didn't get the double tap. And now shit starts to get wild. That's not good. Still possible to one-shot. Clear you out after dagger, I think. I want to say dagger's the most dangerous thing to us. Come on. I need you guys to slap the shit out of this shit. You're dodging everything! No! You're dodging fucking everything. What the fuck is this? We gotta get rid of something. In between them, you're the weaker one. I've got to, I gotta take some money with me. Somebody's got to go. When you come in, it's going to be bad for me. Yeah. I don't think I got a better choice. So let's do it like so. Amp you up. Probably call you. But this is gonna just take over his second life. I don't need that main life. Fighter. Yeah, the foresight from fighter isn't why everybody dodged, man. It's not why everybody dodged. Good go. For just that reason. Come on. Alright, you're done. That's okay. It's not the end. It's not the best. The quick ult is not my favorite thing. You did the AoE that liberated all three from fear, although I don't know that it even works that way. I guess this. We're racing against time, hoping against hope, all that good shit. And yeah, that's it. If I can't hit you with the death mark right there, that's the end of the line for me. The retribution is what it is, so I might as well do this. All you get the kill. Okay. We have very, very, very limited time to potentially kill this ship and one-shot this fleet. And we get dodged. You see that? Love watching that random ship dodge me. Holy shit. Are you going to cost me another ship before the end? You sure? Jesus. Okay. Somehow, still a 71. You do expect to lose a ship, so it's like that. All right, so we've lined that up, yeah? Endurance, I really would be just delighted to find some type of really cheap trick for these. Okay, try to kill on Fleet Arena, dagger first. No, dude. Nah, if you don't go after that tank first and that tank's able to start putting deaths down, days is the end. Days is the end, man. 71 is what that looks like when it works well. Yeah, that's, I don't know that I could ever try that, man. All right, executrix and endurance. We really got to puzzle that out. Banners, yeah. Three people went in with this. Then you, see, you lost one. That sounds like some shit that would happen to me. Can't be me, though. Has to be somebody else today. Here, let's do the leads. The only attacking leads that we need to... Well, alright, fine. Let's exclude then. You guys don't want to do it that way. Exclude this one. This one, this one. Like so. You do likewise. Straight up, 75 with this is probably the very best that we can find. Is there... Yeah, this is a rare composition to see regardless. So, okay. 75. I guess that's... Yeah, that's your max. They only got one ship out. So I don't think you brought out... Oh, you used this to bring out the second, I see, because you have a low star ship. That makes sense. So that means the way to do Executrix then is going to be Executor, 75. Wow, that does look very attractive. But we just did Executor. That's like... Yeah. Negotiator. Yeah. Negotiator that goes well. Yeah, this kind of shit I can't accept. Really weird-ass team, too. Kind of cool. What are the reinforcements that tend to get set in this? I want to say it's like you and you. I remember correctly. Yeah. See? Yeah. The shit with Negotiator's not going to work. So, Negotiator then on Executrix, and we take our lumps, I think. I think that's how it has to be. We'll have to hope against hope, friends. You did a 76 with Home 1 against Executrix. Well, yeah, I believe that. Home 1's incredible. I do have mine on defense, unfortunately. Yeah, it's going to have to be that way, friend. All right, as far as banners go, what is the most probable path? With Negotiator, this is the correct setup. The very finest banners were this way, in which you did what? So we could just take both Plo Koon and Snips and Aspire to the 55. But I feel like the only times I've ever been in danger, do you see this? Like when you only bring the one reinforcement, sometimes you're really hurting for that last ship, and I worry about that. So I think it's not going to be me. I think I'll bring 2 ships. Now, if the fight's only a minute, you might not have room for 2 ships. 47 minutes left. I hear you, man. I hear you. I mean, the squads won't take long. It's just how much we're going to agonize over doing a Balin solo if I need. If he one-shots my Executor, it's not going to be for greater than 70. It has to be all in on what's his nuts. That guy. Right there. That sumbitch right there. Get him now. God damn it, Bobby Boucher. Where's my... Yeah, then he's gonna heal, right? One of these. Indispensable. Actually kind of nice, in the sense that he got nothing for that. We'll take it. If you could leave Brittany alone. It would be meaningful. Appreciate it, even. Nice. Nice, boys. I think we're off to a fine start. Good. That's good. What I also like is how all of this is happening before we get to doing anything. This is all before first reinforcement. Legitimate. Yeah, I think we're... Unless he... Yeah. Yeah, we're in the deep pit there. I think the only decision that would have been meaningfully different to go after The only meaningful other decision to go with would be what? God, it's insane how fucking incredibly fucked this is. Just flying around me. No chance of killing any ship there, so... Yeah, okay, so what I was thinking about, the decision that could have been made differently was just to not do that first basic onto Scythe. That'll trigger. At a certain point, it triggers the taunt. Let's see. I gotta find it. I think that there's a way, because the thing that we're trying to do is be able to eliminate the Scythe with the Mass Assist, which I would imagine essentially requires that we ignore Scythe on the first move. I'm pretty sure that's the thing, but I gotta check this. Yeah. Is it on Tarkin? Where does the Force Taunt come from? Well, killing the side tie wasn't the issue, Striker. The issue was that the side tie had the Force Taunt on it because I used the basic on Scythe, and I'm trying to find what effect is it that forced that taunt up. I would have thought it would have been. So it's something that forced Foresight onto one of them. What forced the Foresight was me hitting this guy. So do the summon TIE fighters somehow? He didn't do that. Ah, there it is. When scoring a critical hit, it's the basic. Grant a random Imperial TIE Foresight for 2 turns that doesn't have it. So, no, actually. By not targeting Scythe, we didn't do ourselves any favors. Fascinating. Alright, so this will be Fundity, and then, I don't know, probably Malevolence for the Executrix fleet. Let's do this with just the 3 ships. That was the plan originally. Yeah, but yeah, something gave the Foresight, and I think it was the basic from Scythe. That's what it was. Alright, as far as who we're going for here, you end up getting just mashed around if you don't end up going through the tanks, right? Let's just assume that you're going to end up being a pain in my ass and I end up weakening you anyway. Although, very tempting to hit you. The summon unit got out in front and does a special. That's what you said, Striker. I have to think about that one. Good question. Are you fucking kidding me? That was very good. I take it all back. I was ungrateful just for a moment. Alright. Foresight and Mark came from the special, the first summon tie to go. Yeah. Alright. How is that supposed to work then? Because does it mean that you would have to have the ships like willingly choose to not hit your dudes? Is that what we're really saying? Because I don't feel like there was no chance to save Anakin. There was no counterplay. I mean, like, we used the heal from Marauder. I don't know that there was anything else that could have been done to save him. Scribe rated in with 38 viewers. What's going on, Scribe? How's it going? Just wrapping up the end of this match. I've got a few squads to do on bottom as well, but mostly done with fleet. Had some minor disaster. You think the first move should have been to stealth JKA? Why? If we did that, then we wouldn't have had the heal to give him what little chance he had, and stealthing him early would not have saved us from A, Interceptor, and then B, Scythe using that first special definitely on time. It would have been a problem. How'd it go over there for you, Scribe? Yeah, how's it going? Well, we've been having a pretty good match. Couple ups and downs. Unfortunately, we had a real bad fail with Negotiator just a minute ago on Executrix, so we'll have to be a little fortunate. We'll need him to drop and just get crushed on Leviathan. I think that's kind of what our massive cope is. So, as far as banners goes, there's no reason for me to risk the Balin solo and drop. Like, we've already had a drop, so what we need is to minimize loss as much as possible. In which case, I will take Shin along as well. Run with the HK Kron that I ran with last time. Actually, you know what? Let's stun. Let's do it again. What are we looking at here, damage-wise? Yeah, you've got some. You're big and bad for this here reason, right? Yeah, you took a lot of exposed damage last time, as I recall. It was a dangerous time. Let's not drop again. Avoid killing the summon before Tarkin taking a turn means that Tint doesn't come out and buff immunity. Are you quite certain of that? I want to save this. Fine, stay stunned. Ugh! Really? This was a 59 last week. Same composition and everything. What's the difference? I don't think he remodded the characters. Really? We'll withdraw off that. That's an interesting one. Alright, well this one should be fun. It will be Tarkin. Yeah, DCT, Scorch. And that's our fleet drop, so the ones have it. There we go. Alright, Scribe said, we had tremendous fun using Queen Attacker Cron to sweep up Pyra King Hondo Vane in a hit. Wow, very nicely done. Yeah, I don't see why the buff immunity thing happens, or doesn't happen, Striker. I'll have to look at the kit quick to understand for sure. Now, I think we saw Dark Side buffs up again. It looks like you. Let's have it. You also try Seer Maliko Starkiller with Wordy Attacker versus Lord Vader. Yeah, I'm sure. I was doing that a few seasons ago. That's why this is so easy, because they immediately get nuked with Order 66. Is that not funny? Okay, so you're gonna do this. Huh? Yeah, nobody's gonna dispel me now. Can't tell me shit. Keep Therasphere. Bye. Alright, let's chill. Just long enough. See if we can get that banner back. Tarkin. Just in the business of getting robbed. Is that like a 500 billion turn? I should probably read this. Healing immunity somewhere? Can't be dispelled or resisted. So that means I should just take the money and run. Okay. Gave us the 57 anyway. I'm down with it. So that was a good find. All right. Yeah, what do you guys like for this Finn Zori? Anything you've been wanting to see? While we're doing that, I guess we can go up and do the Empire fleet fight, knock that out so it's not hanging over us. Separatist, let's just run a standard. I feel probably the best thing. Do we need the second ship? Maybe. But I really want to shortchange myself at this point? No. Let's just have some confidence and go and do it. Alright, so you being stunned is potentially more interesting. Although it looks like this one, this sub and tie is about to get a turn ahead of us. Wouldn't it be interesting if we were meant to actually stun that instead? You can get the ability block off. Have it then. Drop the hammer. Get dodged. Meets expectations. Wouldn't change a thing. Yep. Okay. Almost there. Stay on target. Get devoured? Almost? Nope. And now just have infinite health forever, I want to say. Leg. Hi. Now when you do this, now we will get some real money. We get the real money. Hi, how are you? Yeah, that's good. Brat. Okay, we didn't need soldier. Good to know for next time. If you have Jedi Cal, he'll help with that whole fear nonsense. I actually do have Jedi Cal. What's the comp you want to see? Like a Bacilla Jedi Cal? Something of that kind? Because that's doable for us. What was the rest of the attack plan? We still got 25 minutes to do 4 fights. I think we're in good shape. What was that cleanup worth, by the way, guys? I just missed that. No. For the record, I probably should have just, in the future, run Malevolence. Perhaps we do bleed some banners, but I felt a whole lot less subject to the horse shit that's built into that team. You know what I'm saying? All right. Let's see here. We just got the chirp from Primebot, so yeah, he just finished the last fleet. So he's got us clear on this one. The fleet thing, that is unfortunate. We have to think about that. So he got 71, 71, and 78. The home one. So he did home one versus Executrix and almost got it. Yeah, that's what he did. So I don't feel too bad about that. I mean, that could have been bad for him. But the negotiator into the Executrix was no sale. That really feels uncompetitive, man. Gotta think about that one. Right? Freya Savage, I guess, here. Health. Bulk. Something. Nope. Yeah. So what was that malevolence worth? It was 46, so it would have been a 66 on the first run. So what would that damage spread have looked like? So first of all, we will do what? Guess this. Guess this. All right, 57 there. Okay. Balin, Shin, Marok. Yeah, that one surprising, honestly. What's changed? There's something that maybe I made tougher for myself by not using Balin solo. Anyway, so against endurance, d8's 1, right? No, he got a 68. He got a 68 there. So he did do Leviathan, and he had, or no, he did Executor, but had a very unfavorable outcome. So 68. So if I, so 71, 71, 76, 78. Okay, that's an interesting one. So he got a 68, a 78, and a 71. So if I got a 66, he'd still have 2 banners up on me. Now, we can call that a 67 if I left Soldier on the bench, so I could have just as easily done. I also could have started with Spy up front. Potentially a better opportunity to burst. What's his name? The idea to stun the summon tie was cool because it did set us up to land Vulture droids on Scythe, but Scythe dodged it like a shit. So that was funny. I don't think does Isolate prevent revive? I'd have to check. Ramja. What if Herbert drops one fight on Levy? Well, yeah, that's what almost happened. He got a 68. Our defense performed admirably. You know, that's unfortunate, man. So our Leviathan outperformed. But I have to think about that. You really have to have something very high banner solution. The problem is, well, the thing is that if your opponent's going to do this, you may as well take home 1 off defense yourself. I think that's the solution. Because if you're thinking about this, you need something very high banner. What was that? Was home 1 actually an option against Executrix? But then again, well, see, here's the thing. You have the incentive to try and rotate that. So What do we do with that information? Let's try this. Home 1. I don't know. Honestly, I don't know. Show me. Really, it's that. Against what? Others like this? Yeah, sure. No doubt. 75.8, but he didn't do no 75 point. He did like Millennium Falcon and Outrider only. So that's another way to look at this. So this is on the attacking view. On the defending view for Home 1. If you, what I need to know is what compositions Home 1 forbid Profundity 2-man. It's not even showing this. Not enough of a sample size to pick it up, I guess. I could theorize that this is possible. But that's why I need to know. My guess would be triple attacker is still kind of a pain in the ass to deal with. Like, Biggs doesn't really slow down that fleet. So let's say you start with triple attacker. Bring in Wedge. Like so. Still a 76. Gotta think about that. Yeah, but the thing is that what we're looking for, it's not that we're looking for a Home 1 composition that can stop Profundity. We're looking for something that Profundity cannot just look at and say, I think you look like a 78 to me. Because that's what happened to mine today. And that sounds like Profundity. And then it would have been Home 1 versus Executrix, which I guess the Home 1 should have gone better than he thought, perhaps. I guess I'll find out in the data. Either of these is a solid 76. So I'm a little at a loss, actually. Maybe he had some bad luck or something, or we got like really crazy dodges with the TIE fighter, something that really threatened him. But I feel like that's what it was. He would have done Home 1 there. So what does that mean? If I pull my Home 1 and he has to Profundity something else, well, we would just have to set down something that's a sufficient difficulty to Profundity. Think on that. You've beaten Home 1 with Executrix, and I have been beaten by it. It depends on the dodges from ties. I can believe that. Home 1 is too fragile on defense. Well, in the sense that it's just routinely demanding Profundity, that's okay. But again, that's why I think composition matters. If you tell me that there's no comp of Home 1 that you can set that Profundity can't 78, that is worrisome. Clearly, Leviathan stays on defense for me. Executrix didn't feel necessary on offense, so I like that one. Yeah, we'll have to think about that. Because the 66 with Malevolence would not have cut it. I checked all the comps and I couldn't find one that can stop Profundity from doing 77. Well, yeah, but the question is, what's stopping it from doing 78? That is literally the only thing that's the only reason we're talking about that counter. All right. What do we got? 15 minutes to knock out the last couple fights just for the sake of doing them, for the practice. Because that's what I honestly need the most. What did you guys want to see done for Finzori? Was there something that interested you? You said DR only. DRZ probably, but yeah, I don't think it'll prove anything if we can get a 52 to 54 on it. You know? Oh, no, wait. 66 is... 66... holy shit. Hold on. Wait, I got 5 banners for that first attempt. How does that work? So would that have been a 72? So 66... 60... If I hadn't dropped and lost the 20, it would have been 66 plus 5, right? 5 for that first attempt and then 66? 72? Now 72, if that's actually correct banner math, then we've got something. I think we did get 5 banners just for the attempt submitted, right? I mean, we withdrew from that, though. We didn't keep that fight. Pretty sure that was just a goose egg. Oh, did it? I thought it gave me banners. What does it say on that screen back there? I have to look that up. This is a good one. I did forfeit, yeah. No banners? Just to double confirm that? So it would have been a 66? 67 then, without the scout. Disappointing. Alright, kill him. Kill him now. More than anything, I just need to go after. See that you got the memo. Let him do that, and then we just take him in. Don't want to get dodged. Basic that off. There we go. Shields up. Auto. Have you ever got the Jar Jar death shot? If I have, I'm not really looking for it, so it probably, if it has happened, it slipped me by. Alright, so that one's easy. I guess we could practice CLS. I don't know that we have any other light side attacker. You did say something Jedi for the Finn. We could try that. I think Bastila JKR Hoda then. Or Jedi counter. We could have JKR benefit. It might be more worthwhile. Somehow I think this is going to be... attacker? Only dark sides remain. Be nice to pick up a couple more for next week. Note to self. Iden versus Enoch for the vulnerable. That's not bad. Cal to stop the fear nonsense. Wow, that first shield was pretty much gone instantaneously. That is fucking terrifying. Doing the cleanses to either of these is probably bad. Can I kill you? Quickly? No, definitely not quickly. Oh my god. Alright, I've learned something. I think this is bad. That is what I have learned. Behold, the lessons. Yeah, this feels bad. Well, the good news is I feel pretty vindicated in the not having JKR lead. Like, Bastila, if we went with JKR lead, they would have been instantaneously exploded. Let's withdraw off that. And if you're coming in late, I just decided to Balin underman this. When I fought this very same team from Herbert last week, I used Balin solo for 59 against this exact team, composition and all. And today, I thought that since I just barely made it, like we ended up stabilizing and getting to 59 last week, but it got dicey there a couple times. And remembering that, I thought that I'd have a pretty reasonable shot at a 58, taking in Balin and just Shin. Thinking that having like a powerful 1-2 punch of the third plus the push from Shin, that should have been a kill, but nah. You thought they would have DI from Cal. DI isn't what Cal gives out. He gives out prod up and riposte. I don't think he gives out DI by default. Maybe with a certain cron enabled, that would be the case. Did I still have a tab open for Finn? I can use this as a research opportunity. Yeah, I mean, Maz, sure. What did that leave us? Let's see here. Trench, JKL. That's actually an interesting thought. What about DRBSF Malik? Attacker, bulk, tank cron would potentially be really interesting, wouldn't it? But if we wanted to get the most banners, wouldn't I need to have support? This one. Something like that. Let's try it. Yeah, one of us is the real fear dude. Ah, stop it. Turns out it was you. You son of a bitch. I have a bad feeling about this. I feel like if we don't taunt, we're gonna have a problem. Yeah. We almost had a problem anyway. It is completely fucked. Yeah, man. Why didn't you get taunt there? I just dispelled and you didn't taunt up. That is wild. That is the first turn the DR just got. Getting somewhere. Got a drain. Yeah, this one's just pulling a straw out of my hat to see if anything can happen. Turns out the answer's not really. Not really. Alright, so that one wasn't as in. Quick Maz down here, I guess. Yeah, neither of us set Lord Vader. Alright, I pirate. There it is. 4 minutes left. Yeah, I mean, it's all right, dude. We're just trying to do stuff while there's still time. There's the restoration. Yeah, there's your 57. Look at that. Mama seems such a good pick to just keep. Like, I understand people want to set her on. I don't think that's it, man. Gas with seconds to spare? Yeah. I mean, gas isn't fear immune, so I don't know. Attacker Kron, surely. I mean, we do have the Rex Kron here, don't we? I don't know that does anything to care about here. Probably just rock the attacker and see what happens. Alright. Yeah, so far so good, I think. We can all agree. And now we're sitting. Everything's gonna be fine. Hey, I'm allowed to act. I'm allowed to do stuff. Oh god, that can't be good for you. Damn. Yeah. Alright, put it on auto. Go with God. Take me to the promised land. Yeah, gas. Yeah. There's your full clear with seconds to spare. Alright. So, Finzori, yeah, that was the one that I guess I really didn't expect to go wrong today in any way, shape, or form. I thought that Balin 2 would have been safe enough compared to just Balin 1, and that definitely would have cost me if whatever happened on Fleet didn't happen anyway. So that was tough. But let's go ahead and talk about it. Well, first of all, hats off to Herbert. Well done. Very solid job. And yeah, man, that the Finn was unfortunate. The Fleet rotation was very clever, though. I liked that because Home 1 has been slept on too long, and that is unfortunate. I guess we had some poor RNG. He was not expecting a 71 here. He was expecting this 78. Really got to stew on that. Leviathan I still like down though. All right, let's go ahead and talk about how all these attacks went. Bottom front against his BKM Paz Grogu, we did Lord Vader Oppo CX2 with a reasonably high bulk attacker Kron, 57 banners. Against Ahsoka, Watt, General Syndulla, C-Bane, 57. Got shorted off that last banner for the 58. I was annoyed. Pirate King was Slacker, Dre, and Crew. Yeah, Dre ended up taking more damage than I would have liked. I really have to consider if I need to put her back in another health primary, possibly two. Not really trying to have that again next week. So that's hot on my list to reconsider. Great Mothers. We did JMK Cat Snips. Yeah, just use the third from JMK onto Cat. Snips called to assist. Dispels the taunt off Morgan, and then you can immediately snipe out Great Mothers. Still works like a charm. 57 banners. Rey Swallow Ezra was Leia Drogon R2 for 54. We finished the fight with our ultimate, but not before our Drogon ended up getting whirlwinded out. So that was that. All right, in the back against Kelleran, Jocasta, Zaris, Tarkin, Scorch, and DCT was a really nice 57. Afro BT1 000. What did I do for that? I think I just threw in Gungans on that, and that was 57. Maz, I want to say, was really good against Enoch. I want to say I ran that. And that was another 57. Against Finzori, that really was the upset. Using just Balin and Shin, I was expecting a 58, and instead they got blown out. Balin didn't get to do a special, which again really confuses me, because last week, granted, Balin got low, but I think maybe not enough fear hit us. Something like that. Maybe we didn't get enough fear hitting us that we would dispel ourselves. Something. I have to look into that, because that one was really cool last week and a very surprising failure here. So we withdrew off that, tried a couple other things that didn't work, and then cleaned it up here at the last minute with Gas Rex 5s. You never abandon us. Overwhelming force is still overwhelming. All right. Let's see here. Up top, Darth Vader, Talon, Mon Mothma. That was a Wampa solo. I used a Darkside Buffs level 3 and some tenacity on it. I think that I would have been much more comfortable if I'd had even just some health on the stat. I don't think that bulk was necessary. I don't think attacker chron is necessary. But you do need some type of health, because that Darth Vader was 306 speed. You got maybe a little more turn-related action than you might otherwise expect. But he didn't have exceptionally high offense or anything. And there will be those that try and those that die against that. So it's something to think about. Really. All right. After that, Saw, Luthen, Kyle. We did Seer Malicos Starkiller 56. Against Boba, Zam Dengar, Malgus 59. Against JMM Depa and Temple Guard. Really painful lesson here. So, you know, you're usually waiting, or you're usually using Queen's Dispel at battle start. Probably should have just basicked, because we perpetuated Temple Guard's 2 turns for a long time, and basically Padawan Obi-Wan was locked down forever. So you really kind of just have to move that along ASAP. I truthfully don't know that there was anything in the end that we could do to save Master Qui-Gon. So that looked like a 57 in the data. I'm not really sure how that would work that way. It'd have to be kind of flimsy for that to be the case. Interesting, though. Let's see. Yeah, so we stabilized in the end and got full banners with the surviving 254. But yeah, just remember not to dispel the Temple Guard, because it also applies stagger. When you trigger the stagger, he continues to not take his first 2 turns, which is what you need to free your Padawan Obi-Wan out of capture. All right, Rex Crex 5s with JML Hoda JKL 57. Nothing too crazy there. All right, here back on Fleet. Against Leviathan, we went in with Executor and got ourselves... Why did we mark that way? Oh, I was reading yesterday. Yeah, Leviathan went in with Executor, 71 banners. You got the expected result, like you expect that. Executrix, we went in with Negotiator, and that was disastrous. I don't think that there's anything to be done. I saw some people able to get up to like a 74, but I'm not really sure how, because they have a lot of discretion in how they can come after you. Let's check that real quick. Dispel debuffs, apply target lock. So if all allies are Empire, Inquisitorius, or Sith, dispel buffs on all enemies and imply target lock and buff immunity for 2 turns. So it has nothing to do with the state of the enemy fleet. It's all about what your ally fleet is. But yeah, I don't know. Let me go back and check the Twitch VOD. Okay. All right. Yeah. That mask, this there. Yeah, you marked. I think so. We healed. We healed Anakin. We tried to save him. Yeah, the TIE fighter pretty much sniped him out. Yeah, I don't think that's the recipe. Alright, so when this ends, do I get 5 banners or not? Oh, 2. 2. Okay, so all of this was to ask ourselves, if we had not dropped, I got 2 banners for forfeiting on fleet, right? So if I had not brought, if I brought spy but didn't bring soldier, then instead of it being a 66, it'd be a 67, and then with those other 2 banners, it would have been a 69, which looks like it would be just a couple banners in his favor anyway. So the Finzori thing is unfortunate, but we could have dealt with that by doing a full team. And we did that fight after the fleet thing was lost. So thinking back on this, he really did risk the home one. But all you really have to do is just put down a 3rd fleet that isn't home one that you can't 78. Because the problem is if you set down home one, some players know how to 78 it. That's the other thing to solve for, is if you want to keep home one on defense, what is the composition that you would not dare try? I wonder if it isn't just having Cassian up front. Because even though Biston is something of a dud of a ship, the nice thing about it is it allows you to have Cassian come in after the B-Wing. But if you don't have Cassian up front, you have much less damage. So I'll think about this. Good stuff, though. We finished less strong than I thought. It's always a tough match, but that Executrix thing was really disappointing because I really can't think of a way around it. I don't think that doing that fleet... Somebody's getting it done, though. Somebody's doing it for 73 or 74. There's got to be... They must choose to hit non-Anakin people. That must be what it was. Piston provides turn meter, which profundity blocks. Yeah. But it's not so much about what Biston brings that makes him valuable on the front line. Because we can all agree that he's not really valuable on the front line. The purpose is that so that you go B-Wing into Cassian, and then you have that offensive dispel when Cassian comes out. And then, when Cassian does an assist call with somebody, maybe you actually get to snipe something out. That's the theory behind it, but I've tried it both ways, and I think that Cassian up front is probably better. Particularly if you're trying to dissuade any of this 78 shit. Can't have that. How did it go, Aragon? Didn't catch the end. Things were competitive. This could have been anybody's match right up until Negotiator tanked on Executrix. So, that one's unfortunate. This one was just me going with Balin and Shin. This was the only other drop. And, that one's actually... Okay. Something didn't work the way it should have, I think. What I'm looking for is there a mechanic that I broke for myself by, instead of just running Balin solo, I could have run with both sides and maybe this wouldn't have happened? Is there something that I really lost that I needed if I was going to bring one that I should have brought two? Do I know when the 5K era tokens are coming? What do you mean? Anyway. Yeah. I had to do it all again. First of all, let's see if I can't improve his armor for next week. I might try that as a solo again next week. We'll figure that out. The make good from last week that CG goofed? Don't mean the chest? This, I mean, I already have this, which I still haven't looted yet because I was waiting for the new episode pass coming out tomorrow. So, that's that. Yeah, we gotta think about that, Balin. Alright, first of all, how about you? This meta is not requiring you to have so much. This might be a good choice for you, but... I could do this. We could test this. No. this one. Okay, so now she's really bulked up, right? 124,000 health. We lose 400 offense, or 300. Guess that's not the end of the world. Strong offense here and here. Not a really big gain to be made. I think this might be it. You put down Leviathan, Radis, and Ray Bomber. Ray Bomber Palpatine? Huh? You have to enlighten me about that one, Smedge. I'm not really sure what that one's about. Okay. So if we do this here, I've got to find a new home. Damage triangle. That means Ray loses health, but is more offensive than ever. $220, $535, and $13.4. Pretty crazy numbers, so I can live with that. Wow. Yes, that's the last slice I could go for to try and squeeze, what, up to 13.5? That might be worth it. Or it might be worth just keeping the health so that I can stay on 220 on the nose. I think we'll leave it as is for now. Yeah. Right. You need that high offense. Ah, that's right. Now you can come over here. Potency's even a little welcome. I can calibrate away the potency and try and recover just that much more speed. So now, who is our happy soldier that gets a huge offense upgrade? What's on BAME? Nah, that one's got to stay. Slacker, I don't think we needed more health on, so I think I'm okay leaving him as he's modded right now. So when you're setting Radis, Smedge, you're saying you're setting it with Ray, the Resistance Bomber ship, and then Palpatine Shuttle to punish attacks out of turn from Profundity. That's your intention. Yeah, I can live with that. See that. Alright. Yeah, Malicos wants to keep that. You? How about you? What do you got? Who's the ticket for you? Wow. Christmas. Christmas for Drogon. Oh, that's because it starts with a C. Looking for Captain Drogon. One speed less, yes. Does it matter? No. 16,006 to now a cool 100 offense more. Alright. Now, keep kicking that can. Wow, I've got a couple badasses in reassignment. Wow, that is an insane mod. Let me see it in this context. By the way, guys, since we're done with the Grand Arena stream, feel free to ask any questions you want. I'll stream for a little bit more while I'm trying to think about stuff for next week. Ah. Yeah, sure. Sure. We haven't gotten an upgrade in a while. Let's go check out Shin. That's step. Oh, no good either. Press Swamp, I know it's a bit early, but do you think you will still rock a speed set on Starkiller when the Stranger comes out? Probably still at first, because what I'm going to want to do is make sure that I can put the Stranger into something powerful without causing me hours and hours and hours and hours of remodding things, because I do everything manually. So I will probably try to keep Starkiller as he is. With all the work that it took him to get into that set, I think I'm just going to leave him there. Yeah. Alright, now we said that we were going to look at Shin. Talk to me. Minus speed? I don't think I can do that. I go slower, that intrudes on the turn order. Can't have that, I'm afraid. Realize you were that much slower. Okay, the next one would have been Night Sister. Pretty would do just fine. And that way, this one, which is okay, it's best at being fast more than is at anything else, but be just fine. Yeah, this is cool. Be really nice to push him up over 11, wouldn't it? I have such a thing I can offer you. Greater than 118. Not a ton of those. Can't take from you. Okay. Well, there's your money. I don't want to take that offense off R2, because I like that offense pass over to Drogon. Added health be pretty good. Yeah, we'll just leave it as is. It's just making him whatever. All right, we'll just leave it as is. Enough out of you. All right. He taunts when Ray gets target lock plus the burning 60% counter to profundity, probably the highest non-meta. Oh, TIE Bomber. Okay, that's interesting. Thanks for sharing, Smedge. Christopher Mavitt says, I love the Hot Utils videos you've done with Dagger. Can we expect more in the future about custom loadout definitions? So I made the how-to Hot Utils video as a standalone, just to teach you mostly about how to get the most out of automation. As far as making custom loadouts, how do you mean? Because the how to use Hot Utils teaches you how to use automation. You save a custom loadout for that. And so what's the difference? What are you wanting to see? Yeah, I guess would be the first question. From True Owns People, hey Tass, for R2D2, do you prefer raw offense or offense percentage modding? I mean, in general, with higher relics, you scale better with percent offense. So yeah, percent offense is key. And the reason I'm trying to pack as much health and offense into R2 as possible is because of number crunch. Right? At the start of battle, R2 gains 10% max protection for each droid ally, 10% offense for each Galactic Republic ally, 10% max health for each Rebel ally, and 10% potency for each resistance. So he'll trigger a 10% gain on himself for being one of each of these. You'll gain another 20% max health besides for having your other two Rebel allies. That's about it, I think. But so he's going to feed himself 10% offense off of himself, and then at the start of battle, and when R2 is revived, other droid, Galactic Republic, Rebel, and Resistance allies gain 10% of R2-D2's max protection, offense, max health, and potency until R2 is defeated. But yeah, really nice. You're thinking about, for most meta situations, it's more important to have enough offense here, because I've got just over 13.5, right? So, you know, plus 10%, so another 1350, you know? 13583 times 1.1 times, what is that, 0.1? Yeah. So yeah, about 1,500 offense is what my Drogon will gain. So that would put my Drogon at 17.7. 17.6. Something like that. Pretty monstrous. All right, you're setting up some loadouts for the raid. I see. For TB, GAC to share with your guild. Well, I'll tell you this much. For raid, you should look at publicly available resources, because I think that somebody's already done the legwork for you about those custom loadouts. Now I understand what you're saying. Like rotating between those things. Rotating for the different teams in raid is something that is definitely best done with the Hot Utils loadout. I'm able to do my raids without needing to remod, but when I did a couple raids ago, that is how I would do it. I'm not really sure why you need a separate video though. Like first of all, I don't think you need to make them for raid because those requirements already exist. But if you did make them from scratch, you would do it the same way that we built loadouts in that video. You're going to find out what the requirements are, what the required turn order is, and then put them together. I could help you with that, but as far as making another video on the topic, it would have to be a significant addition, because I thought that was a pretty good video. It's like a 2-hour-long video, that How to Hot Utils. So I intended it to be kind of like your one-stop shop. If there's enough demand, if there's enough interest to make up a follow-up video, I'll do it if that's something you guys really want. Like if I hear a lot of chatter about it, because you guys know that for my own Grand Arena, I don't use Hot Utils automation. I do all this by hand. So, but yeah, for Raid, for TB, for Grand Arena, I don't know who's remodding for TB all that often, but maybe you do for not just the Cal fight, stuff like that. It's true, it was TJ mostly on that video for the Hot Utils. It's true. True. TJ's the one that really... TJ and Fatal like to use automation all the time. But you don't see many good videos on the subject. I mean, basically, the method to make it isn't going to be much different than what we would have showed in the video. If you're asking me if I would make videos on Hot Utils loadouts for Raid, for TB, stuff like that, I don't think I'm going to do that. I'll be honest. Because I don't do that. I don't do that. I don't use them for that anymore. When I did use Hot Utils for Raid, I didn't reinvent the wheel. I took somebody else's template and ran it. If you got specific questions, though, feel free to reach out on my Discord. We can try and get you some help about it, but I don't know that because the method that I would use to do it is the same that already exists in the existing video. You can get at me there on Discord if you want to follow up. More questions, guys? I mean, I can hang out for a bit. If you guys let me take a couple minutes break and check on the missus and the baby, I might be able to switch this over into a TFT stream and keep on going. Still take questions, talk about whatever you guys want to do. But yeah, thank you guys for being here through all this Grand Arena stream. It was a good one. And gosh, of all of the ways that I've lost to Herbert, they were all not as surprising as this one. This one was surprising. The Negotiator versus Executrix, I should maybe be a little less surprised by, because I've had that go bumpy for me before. Maybe perhaps not quite that bad, but you gotta admit that really felt like we had no opportunity for counterplay. Nothing to... Yeah, nothing done. Yeah, I just don't think Negotiator's a good counter there. Fair. Yeah, Chris. Yeah, I'm glad I got you started. You see TJ here. He's also on my Discord. You know, not saying he's always available to answer, but he's a pretty friendly guy. And if he can't get at you immediately, if you've got a good question, yeah, I'm sure he'll get at you in his own time, in his own way. Because TJ's the one that helped me put that video together. He's really the one who's using it on a more routine basis. I just unlocked and took Slacker to R9 and Dre to R8. What can he take out? What can Slacker take out without his ultimate? So he has permanent kill. Whatever he kills somebody on his own turn, they stay dead. That doesn't have to be his ultimate. It can be any of his skills. So use him as a brutal overkill for, you know, making use of the permakill effect. You can also look for stuff like solos. Like, I don't know if people are doing this much anymore, but you guys remember like GG teams back in the day? You know, Slacker could easily take on GG, although that was mostly in a pre-STAP universe. I wonder if STAP adds any difficulty to it. I think you would be... The thing to keep in mind about Slacker is that if you're fighting against an enemy team that removes turn meter, Slacker loves that, because his unique says that when first order allies have turn meter removed, they gain max health and protection, and conversely, if they gain bonus turn meter, then they lose that much max health and protection. So just think about how you might exploit that. There's a lot of teams that you can either underban or solo with Slacker, just by being overwhelming. Especially if you happen to have like that Special Forces cron, it would allow you to ignore taunt. If you have Special Forces at the Special Forces cron, you're late to the game if you don't have it. I wouldn't make any special effort to get it. Maybe you want it for next season. It expires at the end of next 5 vs 5. So you decide if that's worth it to you. And if it is, you can use your Slacker and FOSF to 2-man a whole bunch of shit, because FOSF can't die until Slacker dies. So good luck to you on that, Wampa. Man, we don't see you anymore. On disc, Press Wampa, come join us sometime. Smedge, great to catch the stream. Had a great time. Thanks. Glad you enjoyed, man. Thanks for tuning in. All right, we're about to start an ad set, which is a great time for me to check on the missus, like I said, and then, depending on what she says, we may keep this show rolling, switch it into a team. Be right back. All right, we're back. We do have the special dispensation for Mrs. T. Go ahead and stream. Nice. Wow, welcome new people to the server. A bunch of people. I'll greet you all after stream. Yeah. All right, let's get ready for some TFT. Switch the game. All right, we'll do it like that. Now that's updated. Now we'll update over on YouTube. Oh, you know what? I'll just edit out the YouTube VOD. That way, that won't run in. That's fine. Okay. Analytics. Wow, we still have a whole bunch of people watching. Still got 40 people watching me just talking to a screen. So, yeah, I'm at your disposal, people. What do you want to talk about? We got to start climbing back up here. EFT. So, just hit gold the other day. It's a long way up to platinum. You know how it is. Probably have a couple random people drop in and watch TFT as well. If you guys aren't familiar with this, it's one of several auto chess style games. You're picking characters and placing them on a board, and your positioning and what items you equip on them and what traits you can build in common determine how they fight. But there's a phase where you're moving pieces around, and then a phase where the pieces are fighting each other. You're not controlling them. But how you position them and equip them and upgrade them beforehand determines how they fight, how well they fight, which enemies they'll prefer to go after, so on and so forth. So there's a lot of moving parts in this game. A lot of fun. If you're a mobile gamer as well, this is on mobile. Ah, shit, that wasn't the character I wanted for this one. Oh. I wonder if I can fix this. Gotta be a better way to capture this for you guys. So that's display capture. What if I kill that and turn this on? Okay, well, one of you is the right one. It's you. Oh, that's convenient. There, I've managed to get my character out. All right, let's see if I can't square this in. That's pretty damn good. Adjust it like so. There, I think that's a pretty damn fine job. No. Isn't it? All right, now we're properly centered it. Yes, need to buy my third trade. There it is. Just barely made it out. Now I actually need to start thinking about how to position these guys. Do I ever dabble in Rocket League? Asks Christopher Babbitt. No, I've got a lot of family that likes it. It just doesn't appeal to me. Like, I'm not much into sports games in general. Really not particularly caring about soccer at all. And soccer with cars is basically what that game is, and it's not saying it's not interesting, saying it's just not interesting to me. It's gonna be a tough one to play. Gain no interest. I don't know about that one. This is usually pretty good to run with. It's less interesting than some of the other choices. But there's 3 Yordles. I'm not really sure what to do with that information. You're Zon, you're Bilgewater, Demacia is crap. How about this? Yeah, that isn't as good. Fine. Do that then. All right. Hey, sub guy, what's going on? Depressed Wampa says, I have a lot of questions. I'm really hyped for the Stranger. If I'm only going to get a 4-star Spider Maul, is it still worth focusing the Stranger and Star Killer? Surely the team will be pretty nasty without Spider Maul. What it will be able to do without Spider Maul, I can't say. I don't know. We don't even have a kit yet for Spider Maul, right? Like, you have the shadow of him in game, but you don't actually have him. So, no. It's 2 Freljord. I guess I can avoid the Zon. Papa, Ionia, I don't need. Still hold the Yordles? I don't know. Need to get Bilgewater. Bilgewater and Shadow Isles is probably really good. All right. But yeah, I think like if you're only gonna, I think the answer is yes. Like if you're on track to unlock Stranger at 7 stars on day 1, regardless of what you got going on with Spider Maul, then I don't think you're gonna be punished that much. Some guy says waiting for a friend to hop on Steam so we can start our Skaven campaign in Total Warhammer 3. Okay, man, dig that. Shit. I don't want to roll Demacia. It's a bad trait. Don't make me do it. Bilgewater's good. Okay. They do exist. I'll say that they definitely have enough characters at tier 1 where you can feel like for several turns that go by, again, for folks that are not deeply familiar with TFT, you're getting these 5 characters to choose from. Let me kill the chat so you can actually see that real quick. But there's 5 characters and it's rotating every turn, and you can buy them, and you buy them all at level 1, tier 1. You need to buy 3 of them, and then they combine into a tier 2 unit. When you buy 3 tier 2 of a unit, they combine into 1 tier 3. So that's kind of what you're thinking about in terms of upgrade path. But you got to pick a trait and start building on it. Really want Bilgewater with that guy's. All right, let's get this. Yeah, I think we're going to commit to something like Quick Strike. Quick Strike Bilgewater. You unlock him next conquest, so that sounds great. Yeah. Don't take the foot off the gas then for Stranger. You're well on it. Gives me a reason to build Maul now for the second Dasufu requirement. Yeah. No needs on. I think we're moving away from me. No need for Noxus. You then. Okay. Okay. Little late. We've unlocked another Shadow Isles unit next turn. Good soup. for Mrs. T. Still need a Task Danny lol stream. I don't know why you want to see me actually tilt. You'll never see me tilt on Swugga like you could see me tilt on League, man. I don't know why you want that for me. I thought we were all on the same side. You think you know a guy? Hmm? What else is on you guys' minds? What else are you looking forward to? I gotta pick up one more light side attacker Crom for next week. Then maybe just another support Crom. This is tea-made soup. Soup is good. So that's bilge water. You're not bilge water. Press Wampa says, when choosing your personal R10s, what do you look for? Just stat increases or how it would change a potential matchup? I'd say it's, priorities. And certainly the highest priority would be to think about Relic 10s that actually can do that make a real difference on the matchup. I think that largely that'll be a few GLs. But then, yes, there's a number of attackers that make good use of it. I'm also looking at how stat increases would affect somebody. Like that's why I decided to do Ben solo. I was able to push Ben solo from something like 18.5 special offense to something like 19.3. Why? Because going from 9 to 10 gave me an extra free 10% potency, and I already modded him to be at 100% potency. So I was able to switch around mods such that I dropped 10% potency, still stayed at 100, and put that extra mod budget into offense. I did the same thing with my Ray. You just saw me switch out a primary from health to offense. I have 13,472, 3 offense, something like that, and 220,000 health. And, with the Relic 10 on there, you've got that extra 10% damage reduction, the extra Relic amplifier level for Whirlwind. There's a whole lot going on there. That's just a couple examples, but feel free to ask more. I have more questions. Don't need the random emblems. Probably going to go with this. Crack is whack. Bilgewater. Give me a third, my soul for a third of fucking anything. Third Freljord. meets expectations. Okay. Game is an absolute troll. All right. Take this. Swap this like that. It wasn't exactly what I wanted, but it's better than nothing. I'll be able to build something off this. Yeah, but if you have more specific questions about that, feel free to ask Wampa. Like if you have a couple characters that you're deciding between, like that. to wait just a little longer. I enjoy watching you lose. You try to learn why something went wrong and learn instead of flying off the handle. I appreciate that, man. I mean, that's something I appreciate in content creators I watch too. Like, you know, having the knowledge that I'm here on camera, not going to try and just melt down. Trying to be better at the game and stuff. Appreciate your appreciation, man. Take that so that I think we might transition to Shadow Isles. We're not getting anything bilge water. So, screw it. All right. Yikes, a little tough. Look at that. Exactly that. Right, you're a defender. We do have one here, but it's won't need more of you. You. Maybe you. Not you. Neither you nor you. All right. Caught up. Now, if any of you are seasoned hands at TFT, don't be shy about sharing advice. I mean, I'm at the bottom of. I just got into Gold 4, which is, I think, the very bottom of the middle, I would say. Mm-hmm. Mrs. T just said she has a better win rate than me. She also plays less. I'm not mad. You're mad. All right. Man, we got stomped there. You can see my life total on the right-hand side of the screen there. I'm at 46. You start off with 100. So as you're losing rounds, you're losing life. And when you run out of life, the game's over for you. So I got to stabilize. The press says, I have my mind set on JML, Lord Vader, or the Stranger for my first Relic 10. What do you think is the best choice between them? Not Lord Vader. I do have Lord Vader Relic 10. But I did that specifically to punish stuff like Maz. And I don't think that's happening yet. Maybe when the Pyrocron's gone, but it's not happening just yet. So, keeping. Why are you still here? Right. I think we're scrapping you as a concept. It's been real, it's been great. It hasn't been real great. Like this. Maybe. So JML is generically good. The question is what are you doing with it? how are you making use of that extra power from the coin getting buffed up? Because I will also be doing JML here in the near future, but I also did a whole bunch of others beforehand. The Stranger being Relic 10 is very interesting. I mean, he's certainly going to be a powerful choice for it. I don't know if he's going to make full use of all the specific stat gains you only get from Relic 10, the potency, tenacity, stuff like that. Want to do? I think that'll work. You got to roll. Bilgewater? Do I still have 2? Yeah, I do. Not infeasible. So JML or Stranger. I mean, out of those 3, I guess Lord Vader or Stranger. Like JML doesn't feel like what I would do first. Maybe you think otherwise. Anybody in the chat that disagrees, feel free to discuss why. If you felt JML was the best value, because as far as like actual numbers gained, he makes a splendid use of just about everything from that relic. He's a great choice from a value-oriented point of view. But I think, like most of us, you're asking from a performance-oriented point of view. So, I hear you, Goofus. I hear you out there. Daddy's baby. All right, we got 1 tier 3 unit, so hopefully that helps us stop the bleeding, because all we've been doing is bleeding. Wolf says, best value is clearly Cup. I guess the question is, what can an R10 JML do that an R9 JML can't? Exactly so. I haven't really heard much. Maybe you more confidently 58 things in Grand Arena than you used to. I don't know. All right. Shadow Isle. Nope, that ain't it. I need an armor piece. Give me that armor. Good. Also, evening tasks. Hope all is well. Yeah, doing well. I mean, I'm certainly, on average, feeling better than I was a couple days ago. Still stuffy, but no sweats, no chills, no fever. I mean, yeah, it's all right. $5%. Yeah. What if we switch? All right, we just dumped some gold into XP, trying to race up at least 1 level, because, yeah, it's not the end of the world if some guy's got 2 more levels on you, because you get to place 1 character on the board per level that your player dude is, who's just really a spectator, but it's more of a representation, right? I'm level 6, so I can have 6 characters. He's level 8, so he can have 8 characters. Yeah, see, the game ended too quickly for me to stabilize. This means that for all 3 of the factions that I was trying to have some path in early, any one of the 3, I was contested on all 3. Let's take a look. There's the 1. Nice. Wow, yeah. Yeah, nobody else went Shadow Isles. The game just didn't give me Shadow Isles people. So that's the thing. They got so many level 1 characters that they can do that. Yeah, let's stop, pause the queue for just a second so I can finish this bowl of soup and talk to you guys a little bit more. Yeah, I hope you're doing well, Wolf. Getting ready for Christmas here. Alright, good soup. Black screen? Yeah, I think I know why. Moment. Found it. Eh? Well, whatever. Or we'll just put it somewhere right about there. How's that sound? All right. Hey, Womp. I hear things are broken. Yeah, my stream elements, like announcements when people do stuff. Like, I hear the sound. They're not hearing the sound. People listening aren't hearing it. I don't know. Okay, good. Now it's loading up TFT. Good. Well, Womp, I'll tell you this much. Ain't none of this a medical emergency of any kind. So it's nothing you need to wake up in the middle of the night to help me with. Go back to bed, damn it. Don't make yourself suffer on my account. Yeah. We'll look at it. Because, I mean, the stream elements things I've got in there are the original ones that I set up like 5 years ago with Heinze and have never been touched. So the fact that they work in any form or fashion for anybody at all is miraculous. Three voids, that's interesting. Doing dailies, going back to bed, makes sense. Pyro King Hondo has been a menace on defense. Is a good portion of that power the Pyrocron? Or should he still be crazy when it dusts? I don't know if anybody can really tell you the answer to that conclusively, but I would say that I think the odds are good. He's going to stay very strong. I wonder how well he'll be able to stand up to Slacker. Because you just saw me today do Slacker Dre crew. And we did lose Dre, which hopefully the modding change I just made will help. Yeah. I think we can get some. Yeah, I mean, overall, I think he will be good. Darken weapons. Oh, dark. Who would I be wanting this? Oh, what the hell? Just throw this on him. This looks like it's a void game, lads. Okay. Void game ho. Support cron is gross. Yeah, I just don't. I mean, support cron on Pirate King is neat and all, but I don't know if that does anything different to Slacker. Because that's really the question that we're asking, right? Is how would that matchup change when set 24 expires? Because that's what that match is doing right now, right? We're all still using set 24 on both sides of that matchup. So my guess is when Slacker has Attacker Cron and Pirate King has Support Cron, Slacker Cron's still probably going to do it. And maybe the Pirate Cron being gone opens up Pirate King more to Seer Malicos, which would be terrible business for them. Yeah. Wow, we're actually getting characters this time, guys. Early in the game. Oh, sorry, I missed your comment earlier to press one. My Star Killer is modded insanely. Thanks, man. I pushed him and Mara Jade up only maybe a couple of seasons ago. I was very, very late to the party in having that speedy SK one faster than Mara Jade combo. But I got some use out of it. Good fun. Limited time availability only, you know? Once we have Stranger, I truly do wonder how often we'll be flexing around Starkiller. I guess the thing that we should all be grateful for is that we've literally had years of moving Starkiller around from team to team as the metas have enabled it. And yeah. There still might be some opportunity to use him outside of Ranger. But in the near term, I don't think anybody's going to risk it. Like, how would you feel if you lost a fight for... Hold on, there it is. For want of... I completely forgot what I was saying because my daughter is making an incredibly distracting noise. It's just for fun. Just making that noise for fun. To drive me up a wall. What was I saying? Mentally derailed. I don't want to use this power up on Kog'Maw. I'd rather try and get closer to picking up a Malzahar. Speak of the Malzahar, and he shall be served. Yeah, I mean, yeah, we'll see how flexible Starkiller really is. Oh yeah, I don't know who's going to argue with you that Pirate King, Hondo, and Stranger aren't good things. The thing is Pirate King Hondo does have a resource event associated with him. And so once you've got Pirate King, Hondo, and Stranger, just keep your focus on going after any teams that you're missing that aren't associated with a that are associated with a resource event. You know? Okay. Oh, that's pretty good. You bulk up. You take this now. You hide here. You get this. Okay. And now we're over 20 gold. All right. Yeah, both fine characters. The game's pretty clearly been telling you that in as much as you can, you have a strong incentive to pursue the newest you. To whatever degree that you can. And then outside of that, yeah, resource events. Max them out. Quickly, eat him. Stop dying to him. You're supposed to kill him. Womprat says, for me, I'm planning day 1 Stranger Relic 10. With Maul coming out, R10 and Star Killer. Currently planning Relic 9. Okay, wow. I do the Star Killer Relic 10 before I do the Maul Relic 10. I think it's the end of the world either way, but still. Oh, this is a great situation. 3 Void Champions on 1 store buy. Yeah, I get it. That's a badass team. I really do get it. All right, here's my rival fighting me for Void. Yeah, looks like he's got a... Oh, wow, he's got an epic tier character at low level. Well, that's just fortunate. What do I need to make this guy? Yeah, we need just a lot of mana generation. Okay. Lots of mana generation. The Relic 10 day 1 Stranger does seem tempting. Does he taunts in Conquest, right? He doesn't taunt in Grand Arena, does he? Does he pull some type of Exile Ezra shit? Where he's an attacker that occasionally will have I guess Ezra's not an attacker, he's a support. But still, a non-tank that will occasionally grant himself taunt. That is not. Yeah, there's a lot going on with this kid, it's true. Okay. We need to quickly climb to level 6. Can't do that. Don't want to do that. Give me a Radiant. You're a Juggernaut? Insane. But the game, Alright, well anyway. We have to... Oh no, we need to go to 7 quick. The Stranger requires a light side Ufu and a Jedi. Does he? Okay. I don't... You... Well, there's a lot of options then for your light side Ufu and Jedi. it'll be able to force taunt then. Right? Garbage. I guess I can make that for him. We'll see. So who do I like for light side Ufu? I don't see why Visas would welcome. Jedi-wise, anything new or different? I don't think so. Clear choices for TW, but there's still some choices to be made in GAC. I'm thinking Barris will be lethal in a whole new level on that team for keeping them alive. Fair. That could be a really solid choice. Who's functioning as our tank in that team, though? Who's meant to be our tank? Is our Jedi meant to be our tank? That's why I was asking if what's his name ends up being. Does Stranger end up being able to taunt ever? Because if not, then who's our tank meant to be? Okay. Take that. Good. Finally. All right. All chains of eat them up. Yeah, Juhani and TW, sure. Does it feel like that's kind of GK then? Like for pretty much any matchup that isn't Great Mothers, you almost are you would prefer to take Mace over GK anyway with JMK. So GK there? Ah, yes, my void rival. What say you now? Guy who has more life total than me. Maybe I just throw old Mace, but his reactive tone is really only good on GR. I agree. Like when you're using Starkiller on offense in EP Starkiller, being able to use Mace to like call EP to call Starkiller, that's pretty slick. Like having that call to assist is very nice with a Starkiller team, and I imagine that would be the same with Stranger. But yeah, I feel like GK would be generically the better fit, especially if can't do it Anzir, so we don't really have a light side Ufu that tanks. Like, technically RJT is a tank, but in absence of some mechanic, added mechanic from a Datacron or something, she's not going to do that on her own. I wonder. No, we don't have to hang on for too much longer. We're almost to the point where we can reliably upgrade middle tier units. As for Tauntaun Stranger Things, no, he does not have it in kit from what I can see, but we know Spider Maul will have Fracture. Sure, it's difficult for me to imagine that they intended this tankless, in which case we don't really have a light side Ufu tank, right? So if that's the case, I feel like we need to make our Jedi a tank, and if we are doing that, not a lot of great modern Jedi tanks. There's other Jedi tanks that you can force into being a tank in certain situations, in limited capacity. But if we need a taunt, then it's probably coming from our Jedi. Spider Maul's not giving. Erosions, alright. This Targon's really, really good. I like that one. I guess we can. Oh. Could they make Spidey Maul a tank? I don't see why not. Like, thematically, he doesn't really have allies he's working closely alongside, so they kind of have a pretty free hand with how they want to realize his kit helping allies, you know? So, I trust in their ability to make it make sense kit-wise. Yeah, if he isn't going to be the tank, then I think that kind of pigeonholes us, which would be a little surprising. I think they want you to look at Starkiller a little differently with Stranger. I would hope so, anyway. Okay, now we got Arcanist active. Oh, and Juggernaut? He's a Juggernaut? That's a huge upgrade. Oh. There's my Void. Oh, that's perfect. Now we're dangerous. Now we move those items from Rek'Sai over to Belveth. It's a bad time for somebody. Yup. Anything else on you guys' minds? Oh, a whole bunch of people joined the server during the stream. I'll say hi to all you guys. Put down. Gotta roll down some gold. Need something to give. It's 2 Malzahars. 1 more for my 3-star. Why, after a 5-hour nap, do I still want to sleep some more? Well, 5 hours, 60 minutes, 300 divided by 90. Yeah, you got an incomplete number of REM cycles. So your REM sleep was interrupted. That's my unscientific answer. I think that's the correct answer, but I'm not a sleep scientist. Yep, that's my normal amount of sleep. Yeah, 5's too little for me, man. I would be unkind on 5 hours of sleep. Okay, good. We weren't first to die. That's the kill animation for my character. Can't say it's not awesome. Wow, if you have coffee, go through till tomorrow. That's your business. We can do some Helldivers or something if you're staying up. I mean, I'll do that off stream though. For no particular reason other than just been going at it a while. Did Dagger get to go back to work? Yeah, that was a few weeks ago. In fact, he's on vacation right now. So he'll be back soonish. Come on. Give me void, people. Stop being stingy with the void. Serve up the void. Who ya boy? That's the droid I was looking for. Now we've got a 3-star Cho'Gath next round. That you up? Yeah. Why not? Up, yeah. Okay. Yeah. That Cho'Gath's would have been better this round. But he'll do well next round. Yeah, but Dagger will be back soon. I think he's just enjoying vacation. No. Don't need any more Cho'Gath. Make it hard. Get a 3-star in blue. Why? The only things here. Not really, but still. That was a grade. Wow. I got the Baron already. What a dick. What do you need to do to him? Field 7 unique void units. 7? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I have to keep that in mind. I stayed too long here trying to get this Malzahar. So that's a mistake. I shouldn't do that next game. I believe it. Alright, that was the last chance. That was the last chance for the game to give me a 9th Malzahar in, gosh, probably something like 40 gold. And it did not come. You can hell dive for a while or sword sounds. I don't want to do the sword sounding at this point tonight. Like, I just want to chill. Because I worked and then I got on stream and then I just want to chill after stream. Yay, we won a round. Outstanding. Yeah, I appreciate it. Alright. Got our Belveth. 2 stars. Perhaps worth something. Yay! There's... Alright. There's a break. Yeah, this is a nice setup. Alright, let's see if we can get any traction here. If we can survive until level 8, we can maybe pick up Baron Nashor. Oh, geez, this is going to be tough. You guys got like 3 or 4 tier 3 characters. Ooh. Never mind. The void delivers. The void delivers. Nothing else for me to really wail on right now. I just have to chill, build up some gold. If I lose between now and then, I lose. Nothing I can re-roll that's gonna save me now. Yeah, like you just... This is... So, hopefully if you're not familiar with TFT, you learned a little bit more about it. I mean, there's a lot of moving parts, and I can answer questions, but it is pretty cool building out a team, and you can adjust things in between rounds to control how things work together. Jeez. No, that's the end. Well, we lose rating, but we lose the least amount. If you finish in the top 4, you gain rating. Bottom 4, you lose. And I finished 5th place. It says, have you looked at Asajj's 5 vs 5 team yet? Holy crap on a stick, there are a lot of interactions you can set up. No, I really haven't studied it in depth. I usually don't get into it until the character's unlocked and I can play with it in my hands and mod it. Let me fire back up Swugga here for a minute. There we go. I gotta do at least one squad fight here. Apparently more than one. 5 pages before I got to her kit, that's uniques and leaderships only. Yeah, I'm sure. That's hardly surprising. Alright. Bother wasting that. Where are you? You are there. You are no longer there. You were there. More time. Hunter for the head scratch. Bye. Gosh, just have fun. Yeah, then you're gonna pop off, so we'll do this. Two more, I guess. Never mind. Not even an ult. That felt pretty good with Ray having that extra offense, we'll say. 13-4. Bad lady. Barloom. I want to say Barloom is timing him. Barloom just ended. Barloom was over. I may have made a mistake not thinking of doing Ray for Relic 10. That was great. Well, this is just Squad Arena. Don't be too impressed. But the idea still holds that like, she makes good use of stuff, a bunch of stuff from it, and it also lets you push around your mods a bit that allows you to favor whatever you prioritize more. Oh, so that was another Relic 10. Bastard. Yeah, Ray's gonna be fun. Be okay. Yeah, that is the attack round more than the Relic 10. But it does make it a little more spicy knowing that we are starting the battle at 13-4. Yeah, so you know, when you're thinking about, well, how do you decide what do you want to push and pull on with Ray? Do you want more health? Do you want more offense? Do you want more speed? I don't know that, like, I've had her skewed towards health for a long time. Still in an offense set, so something like 12,500 plus offense with 240,000 health. That's very doable for me. I can do 12,800 at 240,000 health. But, yeah, 13.4 is quite a bit of offense gain that I'm not relying on mastery to try and make up, you know? Cream wanted Relic 10 Embo. Whatever, man. Whatever, man. You want in health sets to see if I can get that closer to 300,000 to make her the brick wall. I don't think you're getting, like, here's the thing. My Ray maxed out, or modded out for health, was 240,000 health at Relic 9. Changing no mods yet, taking her to Relic 10 made her 245,000 health. She's not gaining as much health as you think. But no, you will not come within 300,000 anywhere near, not without a data. In which case, you can probably get more health out of the data crop. Still going to keep the 2 pieces of health, though. Sure. I just need... 12 minutes. What? 5 more minutes till all right, so I got a few minutes before I can attempt one more. Nothing else to do. Right? You're 249 and you still want more. That's fair. I mean, I guess. I don't know what the Giga Lifebloods are really doing for you, though. That's the reason why I felt better about... Yeah, I get you. 249 still with an offense set. Maybe I'm not right to go down to 220,000 health. But this health, the speed is probably the most negotiable thing. I don't know how fast you really need her to be. Historically, I've had her right around 500 and not really felt like I was losing much. So the fact that she is this fast without a speed arrow is just a testament to how good these mods are. But yeah, 13421. Pretty gnarly. And I don't have better offense mods to give. The only thing I could do is calibrate this away and then go under 250,000, which would feel kind of dirty. Yeah, I mean, I appreciate the question, Juan, but you don't want to put your Relic 10 into something that's going to be a dud. Got to think about people who are using everything. So JML is nice, not only for... JML I'm doing is like my 6th, because the crit avoidance is great, the bulk and everything to increase his coins is great, but also him... gaining the 10% potency means I get to do that same trick that I did with Ben, right? Now I can find mods like this protection cross, which vexes me because it's kind of slow for a speed protection primary. I'd prefer to not have to use it on a GL, but it just so happens to have a 10.8% potency secondary on a character with a 101% potency. So when I take this guy to Relic 10, I won't need to keep this cross for that potency secondary, and I'll have some more latitude. I'm excited for that because I think all said and done, I might be able to have him up around 190k prot. That's kind of what I'm thinking I might be able to do. But again, I'm only getting this guy like 6th in. I thought Lord Vader would be interesting. It's kind of but it'll be a solid long-term value. Ahsoka, you already know I did for the guild, so that has nothing to do with what I would prefer. Malicos is up there for me. Exile Ezra is up there for me. Slacker, C, Slacker probably before C, are both up there for me. Pirate King, sure, somewhere in that list. Yep. I actually, if you guys want to take a screen grab of this, I spent some time just messing around yesterday, and I'll kill the camera so you can take a clean screen grab. So, not rigorously prioritized, but I decided to just throw together characters that I would not mind taking to Relic 10. Now, one of the most unintuitive ones would probably be the Padawan Sabine. Just think of it like this. Like, Padawan Sabine will use a lot of those stats in going to Relic 10, including just enough health to go up over 100,000, enough offense to be up over 10k for me in this crit damage set. Crucially, though, she will be huge with these health primaries. She's going to be enormous, which is great because I also want to have my General Syndulla fairly large in terms of stats, but I also want her to be the weakest to take advantage of weakest crons and stuff like that. So, I don't know. I feel like I make my life easier to put General Syndulla out front if I eventually took her to 10. This is not high priority on this. She's there. So, yeah, I mean, if any of these seem otherwise completely incomprehensible, feel free to ask. But I think these are all some pretty reasonably strong candidates. You can see I put 2 of Oppo's clones. I mean, these would be his companions in 3 vs 3, so you would always get value for those guys being Relic 10 with him. And then later on, you could do DCT and Scorch if you really wanted to have the full 5-man Lord Vader team all Relic 10. It'll eventually happen. It'll eventually happen. It's just probably other characters. But yeah. Our 10 candidates. What are we doing on that next squad arena? Alright, that's not bad. Yeah, this is my Kron, by the way. 100% crit damage, 40% health. This is what Ben looks like these days, in case you hadn't seen recently. So 305 speed with the Kron on, 92k health. 192% crit damage, but you got the extra 100% from the Kron. 100% potency, so we're still getting debuffs out from our basic, from our TMR, from our middle. And then, yeah, 19,340 special offense. Just madness. Yeah, I'm glad those made sense to you, Depressed. Yeah, not in any particular order, but I think you could kind of more or less see why they would have value at 10. I think that, like, Bane level 10 will be much more interesting after this Pyrocron is gone. You'll be having you won't be able to rely on its overwhelming power anymore. Actually, this one I just put on auto. I don't recall controlling this at all. They just end up giving themselves a lot of buffs, and as it turns out, that's bad for them. Get him. All right, Ray, with your offense up. They did have protection up. I guess I can give him a little time. I don't think Ben's going to be allowed to special. Who did you whirlwind? Asking for a friend. Wow, you guys are holding up. I mean, technically the ultimate is not a special, right? Ultimates are ultimate. Who are you whirlwinding that you do so little damage? Damn. Oh! Hi. I bet. First time I've actually seen Ezra die in this fight. Then gonna get to special? Because that's probably bad for them. There it is. That was the droid we're looking for. Alright. Apparently Baby Yoda causes Herbert the biggest problems. 3-0 versus him in their last 3. I think the biggest difference between me and Herbert is just Datacron rerolls. In which case, you're not really... There's very few people running around out there that are going to have more rerolls than Baby Yoda. So, yeah, if it comes down to an efficiency match, Krons probably make the most difference in that, I would imagine. That's fair. Let's see. Yeah, I think tomorrow I'll have enough stuff to make JML. If that's the case, then we'll swap out the cross. Yeah, I think we'll figure something. Need to decide where to spend an Omicron. Want it for Grand Arena, but my choices are not amazing. Do you have enough Omicrons where, like, it sounds like you have just one burning a hole in your pocket? Do you have more than one? Like, I'd be banking. Have my 3 ready for Stranger, right? Look at you talking about having a Relic 10 Stranger on day 1. I hope that you're set to have him decked out. Completely. You're set on 80 after spending this. So yeah, you'd only need to make 10 more before he comes out. Yeah, you've got time for that. Well, who are your candidates? Who are you thinking about, Womp? We'll answer that, and then I think we'll look to close down. Once again, I am going to link my Discord. If you're not already part of my community, drop on in, join us. Very passionate, Grand Arena focused community. Talk about other modes in the game. Help as a lot of folks help with other modes and talk about that sort of thing. But I'm your guy for Grand Arena or modding for sure. You'll send the list over to me. Sure, we can talk about it in Discord when I get done with this. How's that sound? All right, of course, if you're watching me live, then you already know I'm here at twitch.tv/Tassenix, simulcasting now from my YouTube channel, Tassenix Gaming, where if you've not been there before, check it out because there's a whole bunch of interesting Swug-related content that I think you'd like to see. Stuff like the Grand Arena Omicron tier list, the How to Mod Guide series, on building up your mod collection, mod guides on characters and factions that you've requested. And yeah, it's a rebroadcasting point for my Grand Arena focused podcast, Plotting and Scheming, that I make with my friends Dagger, TJ, Sasha, Aisha, and Fatal, wherein we cover our matchups of the last week in the thereabouts of the top 100 of Kyber 1. We'll tell you about how we dealt with the meta matchups, our favorite attacks and defenses that we saw, our lessons learned for the week to come, and anything else that we think is worth sharing with you. That show is native to Spotify, but wherever you catch an episode, check the description. There is a link that you can click to follow us on your preferred podcasting program, whatever that may be. Aside from that, yes, anything that you enjoy over on YouTube, please hit like, hit subscribe to the channel to support me. Follow me here on Twitch. Those are definitely the best ways to support me, guys. Thank you so much for that. And of course, if you want to go above and beyond the Call of Duty, there are a few ways to do so. I do have a Cash App that is $Tassenix. I do have a PayPal, which is a tassenix@gmail.com. And if you want to get some enhanced Grand Arena scouting power for yourself, early access to my content, and a couple other benefits besides, you may be interested in checking out my Patreon, patreon.com/Tassenix. For any upwardly mobile Grand Arena player, there is something there of interest for you. At $5 a month, you enter the Tass House at VIP access level, where you get early access to the Plotting and Scheming show. That's coming out to our general audience Friday mornings at 8 a.m., but patrons get it as early as Monday or Tuesday night, depending on when we record, giving you early access into what we're thinking going into that first round of the week. In addition, I will occasionally make patron exclusives that you'll have at least a month ahead of the general audience, and of course, a dedicated text and voice chat on Discord where I am usually lurking, so pop on in and say hi. Thank you so much to Andrew, Banja, Boba Isa, Deadpool Cow 28, JJ's Productions Twitch, Johnny B. Ottawa, Jobin4527, Miasmal, Mus Ross, Rays Malbus, Sam Vimes, Sheepdog47, Squed, Stark Strategy Gamer, and White Wolf. Moving on up to the $10 a month tier is VIP Access Plus, where you get a bundled Patreon access to me and to your choice of either OmegaBot or Hot Utils Patreon. OmegaBot's that tool that I highlight at the start of all my Grand Arena streams. It's the one with the graphs showing you your opponent's offensive and defensive tendencies in, very clear, easily understood detail. Anybody can use that tool for free to scout their opponent's last week of Grand Arena history, but only patrons can build out a custom report with any number of weeks. You also get a downloadable HTML version of that report with clickable links embedded in it that'll take you right back into swugga.gg or Insight with data pre-sorted, just helping you further minimize your scout. Really great tool. Alternatively, you might spring for the Hot Utils Patron, aka Chili subscription, which is your #1 tool for mass mod management and loadout creation. Nothing else lets you switch so easily between your Grand Arena, TB, TW, and Raid mods. You can use it like TJ and Fatal do, with a powerful automation feature, remodding their entire roster. Check out my video on YouTube, How to Hot Utils, or a guide that I made with TJ5270 about, how to get the most out of that automation feature. But yeah, in addition to that, you can do stuff like slice hundreds of mods in a couple of seconds, help out your guild in TW. There's a whole bunch of odds and ends tucked in to Hot Utils, but there's no wrong way to go at VIP Access Plus. Thank you so much to Aussie Mike, Darth Salea, Calidus Invictus, Esh Sotnikam, JJ's Dad, Frickfrack Pattywhack, Gan Roth, I Am Arj, Mr. Tony, Shake23501, Single Malt Jedi, Snack Attack, Striker, Supermart, Troublefingers, and Zoltre. At the top of the list, in VIP Access Premium, this is $15 a month for the Double Bot bundle. So Patreon access for me, OmegaBot, Hot Utils, all under one subscription. Just going out and getting those bots anywhere else costs the same as this bundle, which is why so many of my patrons say it's one of the best values in all of Swugga. Thank you guys so much. And appreciate to Argots, Bjorn, Big Ninja, Depressed Wampa, Darth Link, General Milan, Tweetsy, Ibenek, Johnny B. Ottawa, Kev, Mini GK, Hills, Wig, Rawling, Saldag, Sir Boss, Sophus, Sprizzle, The Lost Womprat, Wilco, and Bane. In Jester's Club Elite, the one, the only Nomad's Reaper, a long-time fan of the stream who occasionally pops in and just goes crazy. Drops hundreds of subs, thousands of biddies, set many hype train records over the years, and still shows up from time to time despite not having played the game in years. But thank you so much, man. Likewise, to Pills, who's following in the footsteps of Nomad's Reaper, showing out to streams and, again, handing out, here, 100 there, gift subs at a time, really wants to keep Nomads on his toes, I think. And like Nomads, it's really cool to have these guys show out and be so generous considering that neither of them play the game anymore. So really, thank you guys for tuning in. Special thanks goes out to The Lost Womprat, one of my patrons who has gone above and beyond the Call of Duty, helping me troubleshoot various, setup-related issues as far as streaming goes. Whether that's helping optimize my OBS, getting the Stream Deck up and running, or perhaps fixing my stream elements so you guys actually hear sound alerts. Always helpful. Really appreciate you, Womp. Thank you. To Mrs. T, my wife, thank you for all you do in the background, whether that's bringing me, something to eat like that soup tonight here on stream, or just keeping our daughter from tearing the house apart while I'm trying to be halfway decent at the phone game. I appreciate you. And again, to my co-hosts on Plotting and Scheming, Dagger, TJ, Sasha Aisha, and Fatal. Gentlemen, as always, it is a pleasure and a privilege to record our show together. I have 2 real rounds of combat to talk about for this week's show, so hopefully I'll have something to throw into the pot this week. But I really appreciate that you guys make yourselves available for every episode, because I learn from you every time. Hopefully the feeling is occasionally mutual, but it's not about us. It is about the people that tune in to our show, and it is still very rare that a day goes by that I don't get some type of DM comment on YouTube that is thanking us for something that we discussed because it helped them in their Grand Arena. So we're doing it, guys. We're living the dream, when we started the podcast. So thank you, and it wouldn't change a thing. All right, we have made it to the very bitter end, and it's time to send you all on out. Who is yet live over on YouTube? Galaxy of Heroes? Is anybody doing anything? I don't think there's anything to do right now. No, it doesn't look like it. In which case, maybe I can... Yeah, I'm not really seeing anybody's team fight tactics. There. Looks like somebody's on YouTube's playing team fight tactics soon, so maybe that's something to see. Good luck on that, and let's see if... appreciate you all on YouTube, and let me see if we've got something for you guys over here on Twitch. I don't know who's still alive. Well, yeah, is anybody... Well, first of all, is anybody alive on Swoggo? Just one guy. Who do I want to raid into? Who do I want to raid into? Ooh, a challenger. Challenger English player? Okay, let's have a look at that. Starting up the raid over to a TFT player. That's probably what I'll be playing for the rest of the night. And thank you all for tuning in. It was a long stream, surprising a couple of the fights, really. I mean, there were a couple upsets, so good lessons to be had. And yeah, it's my third real match of the season. 2 of them are here against fucking Herbert, man. I'm looking forward to having at least 2 real fights in week 3, but we'll see how it all goes. Thank you again for joining, and until next time, it's been real, it's been awesome, it's been real awesome.